I'm gonna call the meeting to order. Is there any additions or corrections to the minutes from the March 14, 2023 meeting? Everyone have a chance to read that through them? No, look at me. Okay. So do I entertain a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll make the motion.
Any second?
I'll second it.
Kane West update from Brody. Would you like to start, please?
Sure. So obviously we have, later today, we're gonna meet with Mako. With the commissioners at 11, right, for the renewal. Just in anticipation and as a result of, some things we've got going on, I thought I would bring the loss runs just to go through those real quick. You wanna talk about the P&C loss runs first? Or the, okay. You bet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, and we can spend as little or as much time on these as you'd like, but this first page is really irrelevant because the policy period 7/1/23 to 24 hasn't started yet. Keep in mind that these are for employer. So we obviously there's some HIPAA issues we got to be cognizant of when we're talking about this stuff. So this first one, this one will be the one that has an impact on your experience mod for next year. It doesn't hurt you this year yet. And the reason for that is, as I've explained before, is your experience modification is calculated by NCCI, National Commission on Compensation Insurance, and they look at the 3 most recently completed policy periods. So obviously this claim took place in this current policy period, so it's not impacting you and it won't impact you until next year's renewal. But it is an indemnity claim, and as you and I have we've talked before, an indemnity claim counts against your calculation, your NCCI calculation, 100%, as opposed to just the claims that are medical only. The medical only claims are discounted by 70%. So if you had, like I said, if you had a $10,000 claim and it was medical only, that's going to be discounted by 70% or only count against your mod by $3,000, you know. But the second it turns into an indemnification claim, wage loss, then it's 100%. So again, you know, we talked about the opportunity for modified duty or early return to work, and I know that Granite County has a policy in place. The nice thing about having the policy in place is that you still get to elect whether you can implement an early return to work situation on a case-by-case basis. It's not like you're absolutely required to do it. Okay, so I would continue to attempt to implement the early return to work in every case that you have an opportunity to do so, knowing that sometimes you're just not going to be able to find modified light duty, or you know. So but this one claim, this one will be one that will hit you in the future. Yeah, go ahead.
So we would have to have a doctor's release for a light duty or a modified.
Every situation. So the envelopes that we provide to the Granite County, that the early return to work and the work comp, that's completely driven by the physician, right?
Do we give them to the supervisors?
Yes.
And they all have them, right?
Yeah.
So I'll just remind this department that there's a option.
Yeah, I think it's really important to you know, and the commissioners need to drive that message home that, you know, if and again, I don't want to overemphasize, it's not a have to. you get to. But the nice thing about it is that if you have the policy in place, then you're sending the message as well to the carrier that you're willing to do that. So, yeah. So that's that one claim. Our next page, is just a medical only claim. The next page from 2020 to 2021, we have 3 medical only claims.
Sorry, I got stuck behind a truck.
It's fine.
40.
Why do you do that?
Oh, I just got recovered from ankle surgery.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so other than that one claim, everything's medical only. And so I, tip your cap to you guys, from the standpoint of, I just, it only takes one. That's the problem, is only takes one claim to have to upset the apple cart, so to speak. But anyway, that's a thumbnail sketch of the work comp. Any questions on that? Okay. The next I have are the NACO loss runs, and we can spend as little or as much time on these as you like. Let's just try and focus on the open claims. I think, and unless we want to drill down on a closed claim, but just kind of recapping, it looks like we still have the allegation of malicious prosecution still on.
That got took care of.
These were run as of yesterday,
Oh, okay.
and it's,
He said that was all.
We'll have to ask.
so I will check it, because if you look at that, Commissioner Adler, if you look at that, we have one that's open and one that's closed.
Yeah.
So I will do a check on that, okay? It's odd because there's 2 different claim numbers for essentially the same
Yeah.
matter, right?
Yeah.
So let me do some digging on that.
And then on that other one, sorry, on page 6 of they were still fighting over that, but I don't know what happened on that lady running into the river, but it's no, we're getting.
They're still fighting that. It's still
Last I heard, I thought they had that.
yeah, and I'll look into that one as well.
These were the biggest 2 concerns of mine.
Yeah, okay,
Rest of them-
I'll definitely look, and we could, I don't know if Shannon will be prepared to talk about those later today, but we can bring them to her attention and
And we
ask.
can find out a little more from Lane too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting to note, I would like to see that one get closed out, if at all possible, because that one that's dated 12/5 of 2018, it's gonna be, what, 5 years old here pretty quick. And note that it's reserved at a high amount, but it's only paid 15,000. I shouldn't say only, because that's a lot of money, but
When they talked about that, they couldn't get the highway patrol. Yeah. So I'm sure it might even be cold.
Okay. Yeah, again, I'll check, but I ran these as of yesterday, so, but that's a good one to look into as well. Like I said, that, 85 of it is unspent money, but it's still reserved against the loss run, so I'll double check that.
Rest of them look good.
Okay, that's all I have. Unless anybody has questions.
Brody,
I don't really have too much. They're just going out and doing their inspections.
okay. On that Montana Cultural Act, is there a video that we're to show the department heads, or that I'm supposed to send out? We talked about that during the,
No, we talked about creating a training about getting safety awareness out there. You don't have to go, I mean, we can make a training about it and why you have. to
Didn't
be
we
there.
talk about trying to get a video though to show the?
Yeah.
Well, not a video, a webinar.
Yes.
Okay. To go over the Montana
Yeah.
Safety Culture
Hit-
Act
to
with the
hit the high
department.
points, yeah.
And were you or Mark working on that?
We were talking about doing it, but then we kind of dropped the ball on it.
Okay, so we'll have to pick that up.
And Mark's on Zoom.
Oh, is he? Hi, Mark.
Hello, Rody. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
I didn't realize you were up there, so.
I'm just over here minding my own business.
I mean, we can easily create something on that.
Okay.
I mean, I know we just talked about it, but then you were gonna go to commissioners and talk about it, get back to me on it, so how are we let that? So we want,
You and I talked about it a little bit, I think we need to push it a little bit.
Yeah.
I think it needs to be,
so do you wanna go ahead and do it?
I think, I really do.
So do you want us to draft up something? And then. just
Yeah,
start from
that's-
there?
I think that'd be the
Okay.
best, and then give it to all the heads, and then at least they'll know.
Okay.
Yes, and then I think I'm in the signatures on
Yes.
the paper trail.
And it doesn't have to be anything really extensive.
It's not on that risk management, is it?
No, that's a whole different platform.
Okay.
Hey, if I could, Mark, again, not knowing you were up there, do you have anything to add on the workers' comp loss runs that review that I just went over?
I do not.
Okay, all right.
So this Montana Safety Culture Act training, is that going to be a me and Brody thing, or do we want to team up on that? How do you want to do that?
Well, I think correct me if I'm wrong, but where we left it last time was. It was a means by which we were going to try and get the department heads. More engaged and
Mhm.
understanding of the responsibilities of
And then-
the organization.
Yeah.
Ownership of their
Right,
department.
okay. So
Yeah,
I
that's kind of
think-
the why of what we're doing here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, so if we could get, maybe Mark, Brody and I can talk offline and get a plan in place to get that rolled out and implemented over the course of the next 60 days or something. That work for you, Mark?
Jackie and I think it's old Jackie and go. Just so we move ahead.
Okay.
So, Mark, do you have anything besides the Safety Act?
Sure, I do. So when we talked last, I made the suggestion that the county come up with a safety goal. Where do we want to be in 3 years or 5 years or something? And then once that's in place, how do we get there? And I suggested that we look to leading indicators, which are those measurements of all the positive things that you're doing in terms of safety. Where are you on that? Or is that, yeah, where are you on that?
We have not gotten together. I just need to pull the safety committee together and we'll, with the commissioners, and we'll come up with a common goal.
If I get everybody on board.
Yeah.
Sounds good. And then I was thinking about this earlier, that maybe the goal is that we commit to the Montana Safety Culture Act and we just start making sure that the county is doing all the little things within the Montana Safety Culture Act. It's pretty vague. The act is vague deliberately so that, because there's a 1,000 ways to skin a cat, so to speak. So,
Yeah.
so we could do it that way too, or a combination of the two. Probably a combination. I think it's good to have a goal out there.
I think this gotta get everybody on board, it's just. Now it's a step ahead and keep moving instead of. This way it's gonna
Okay.
be.
So can we have that goal established by, say, mid-August?
You betcha.
Okay, because Rhodey just said maybe in the next 60 days, we can do the Montana Safety Culture Act training. So if we could do, on our end, do the Montana Safety Culture Act training, get that ready to go. And then you guys come in with a stated goal and maybe some steps to get there. And if you need help with any of that, you know, by all means, reach out.
Yep.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. Get that done. Karen Palmer, do you have any updates?
Everything, nobody said anything, everything seems to be flowing nicely.
Janine, do you have any? Nope. Val,
Everything seems to be pretty good here, and what I know.
so, Scott had said that the med cabinet was empty, so I did call them and they filled it, so that's,
The med cabinet,
yeah. it's
yeah, I
fine.
saw that it was full,
So,
it's the full log. So, yeah, at least it's full down,
yeah,
it was getting low, yeah,
it's,
and I don't know who's supposed to handle that. I mean, I thought that safety guy from Butte would come over and check on things,
Well,
does the fire
yeah.
extinguishers as well.
but they're very behind.
And I think it's, it's just people go in and use it to see something, John, they should get rid of the box or something.
Well, whose responsibility is it to order the stuff, and where do you get it?
From him,
Okay,
but
because there's other ways to get that stuff as well,
right, well,
you know, I wasn't sure how that went.
right, and I never look in there, so I guess I need to start paying attention, I guess. So, Val, I had no conversation with Val. Paul is working on other things today, so he's not here. He did not have any other updates. I have a new AED pads for this one, the other ones are going to be outdated, so I'll replace those today.
If I could make a comment too on the med kit too, similar to the AED pads, check those periodically, because I know when OSHA comes running around, they'll look for expiration. Brody points this out a lot in his last 4 reports, but check the expiration dates on some of the things.
Oh, yes. No, it does not have a sense of humor.
No, they do not, no, yeah, so it's just worthy of, I guess however you guys coordinate restocking the supplies. I would just make sure that whoever that is, if it's A&M Fire and Safety out of Butte, whoever it happens to be, I'm not sure which vendor you're using. Just make sure that they're paying attention to that as well.
Okay, I'm. Here that.
Did you stock it then, or did he come do it?
He came and did it like a week ago Friday or something.
I brought it to her attention.
Yeah,
It was just, I went.
Yeah, I don't go in there very often, but it seems like every time I do go in there, the doors locked. I'm in that room, but I'm not in the same thing. You know, the first aid kit.
More different people use stuff to see pretty easy.
Yeah,
Or if we could just hang something on there, and if it runs out, then we'll have a note of what's out or close to being out. That way we'll, have like an inventory basically.
like a mid log.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Deb Robinson had talked to me about an AED in the Drummond office.
Don't we have them in ambulance in there?
They do.
Are they charged and good?
I have no
I
idea.
guess that'd be something I could check on. Why would we buy another one and put in there if we actually have it yet? I mean, I'm just asking.
I know, I'm just, I don't have access into that office, so.
Okay, well, I'll go check and then maybe I'll call Frank, see if they're charged or if they're up to date.
Right. Because, we get a lot of traffic through there looking for medical attention and,
And I think that something like that where it should be open light, especially if we're down there, if you can actually get to it.
Yeah.
I think, I know they're kind of on the block and that, it's something, I'll call Frank and make sure. They're dead, or yeah.
So, on that run, hide, fight and stop the bleed training that we were supposed to do in February that got canceled, I've been looking for another certified trainer or someone that could come into that. Do you guys know, I
I'll
emailed,
look.
okay, I emailed Scott Dunkerson, but I got no return on that, so I didn't know if there was someone else that could come in and do it. Well, and I think there's somebody at Anaconda Police Department that can do it. I just.
Yeah, usually they will do it, I'll check. I'll see if I can find some good stuff.
Okay. So our next scheduled meeting is for September 12th, and I will be gone. I don't know if you guys want to reschedule to a different date.
I think we need to have you here, because you get most of the stuff jammed on you, and we can.
Yeah, I suggest we move the dates that for when you are here.
here.
Otherwise, we'll get sick and we'll be.
There
calling
each other.
So I'm not sure, would that be,
Whatever
Do you
works
wanna
for
do it on the 19th, which is the following week, or 26th?
let's, yeah, I don't know if I'm still gonna be traveling on the 19th,
26th?
26th.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that was the same thing.
I know.
Sure. Or we could do it the 5th, but that's a day after Labor Day, and you guys usually have a full agenda.
We might take that day off, they said.
Oh, perfect, great. Good.
All right, to us all, is that what you're saying?
I think I'm busy on the 26th.
What's that?
I think I'm busy on the 26th.
If you do.
I don't know
you
doing
can
what, but I may be busy.
Okay,
Well, we can't do.
No,
Let's just go with Scott.
26th, okay. And I could do it Zoom,
Let's just go with Joyce, bring your hair, because if we need something.
okay. All right, so then the next meeting will be week of the 26th of September. Anything else?
Good job on you guys, Warren, and Beth, I really.
Thank you. I will push through,
That's
yeah.
a big deal.
Give them kudos. I'll give them the kudos first and then I'll say, oh, and by the way.
There you go. Yeah.
It's just some damn highway, nobody.
Oh, no, I know,
I don't see nobody.
and after they've been stuck down in Drummond. With all that traffic and they come up this way, they step on it. Yeah.
Took me a half an hour to get to Holiday.
I know it.
Road construction.
So,
Okay.
so entertaining that, do I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
I'll make a motion.
Okay,
Second.
all right,
Good job, everybody.
all right.
Yay.
Thanks, everyone. I'll see you in September.
Thank you, Mark.
I'll draft up something in the next couple weeks too.
Okay,
So.
Sounds good, Brody.
Thank you.
Thank you, we'll see you.
Bet.
this-
See you in a little bit. It's later this morning, right?
Yeah, my days.
All right.
Hopefully it'll be. Uneventful meeting. We'll see. I do know that. I haven't seen her.
Yes.
And. Howard County's way up.
Oh, no, don't be sick.
Maybe.
Well, go get some coffee.
Yeah, I will. All right.
Jackalope,
See you in a little
Yep.
bit.
we'll see you soon.
It's gonna go down.
No.
They started heating up the evaporation and the stuff.
There's a room still about Anaconda get groceries. The checker goes, saw the check was from Phillipsburg. They go, well, the highway's flooded.
I can't believe the call that again. Thank you, what?
You guys should see your
They
card.
said the highway was flooded by the 7 Gables. Yeah, right. I go down there, it's like perfect.
I'm Jan, nice to meet you. We're sitting by your name, so I thought.
You never
you
know, though.
And your check.
We need one around.
And Jan Bowers.
Jan Bauer?
Yep,
Okay.
yep,
I'm up there.
yep,
Right.
yep,
Up there.
up there.
I'm from up there. My name's Jack. Good morning.
I will go ahead and hope next get started or minute early.
Fine.
Pledge.
Yeah.
We're still.
Yeah. I just kept it.
Go ahead and do the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Morning, everybody. We'll go ahead and get started here. First thing will be is the board of minutes, the June 6th.
I move to approve the board minutes for June 6th.
And Lance, you're on and you can hear us? I'll
You
second
just-
it.
Yeah. Blanche, you might have to unmute yourself.
Okay.
there you go.
Can you hear me?
No,
Right.
yeah,
Okay, Chuck made the motion to accept the minutes, Blanche.
I'll second.
Any public comment? Means none. Oh, go ahead, Elena.
all right, hold on 1 second, I have to admit that person. There we go.
Thank you. Elena Gagliano for the record. As far as comments are concerned, again, I can't really comment on the minutes because the public hasn't seen the minutes. And I know they'll be up probably sometime today because there was a request I made last week that certain information be included on the minutes. So I'm just adding that for the next minutes. Thank you.
All in favor? Aye. Motion been carried.
Aye.
All right, so we'll go ahead into the correspondence.
It's upcoming, it just came in this.
The first one is from Andrew Hinkle, and it's on the Granite Ghost Town State Park, or Granite Ghost Town Road, sorry.
No related.
The next one is on the Lowell Forest Land Management Plan, they update and doing a plan revision, it got held up and they're starting to redo stuff again. I wanted to go for years and years. The next one's Big Sky Passenger Rail Authority. They're thanking us for being a membership and telling us that their restored passenger railing will create jobs and generate an estimated 271 million in economic benefits. Next one is from Burke. And it's in clarify the technical memo and then the USDS Earthquake Hazard Program website. Next one's a news thing from Mako on Montana Associated Counties files suit to clarify governor's ability to bypass legislative right to override veto. Then we have the Montana Department of Transportation telling us a new website. We have a Headwaters RC&D bill, an invoice for $1,733. I think that this one we want to put on the. Like on the agenda
the
next
agenda
week,
to
there's,
discuss.
okay. We can accept it or talk about it. And the next one's from the Chad Lannis on the water, the lake at the Georgetown Lake in the water. Any public comment in the correspondence? Elena?
Okay, again, for the record, Elena Gagliano, and one, as far as correspondence, it would be easier if you screen shared so we can follow the correspondence that you're talking about. And I didn't hear if there was going to be any action taken on any of them. It's just like you kind of read through them all and didn't say anything about any of them. So that's my comment and question.
But I did say that we put one on the agenda for next week.
Morning.
Thank you. All right, well, we'll move right into public comment. You guys are here on the road. Okay. I mean, it speaks to now in public comment.
We're on the agenda, so
Yeah.
we'll just wait till that.
I got a question for Blaine on the correspondence section. On that Mako one where they filed suit. Of the.
Can that person introduce themselves, please? That has the question for Blaine.
That was Chuck.
Me to Mako filed suit. On the ability of the governor to veto. Certain or override the veto of the governors. And how can, and it has to do with the recreational marijuana thing, and how can the Mako sue, how can they show harm? Because they're not a county.
Yeah, but they'd still have, if the Mako still have standing to bring a lawsuit there.
Blaine, I assume that's you. I'm
Yeah, this-
sorry, I don't see faces and I just hear voices.
Yeah, this is Blaine.
Okay, thank you.
Mako would have standing to bring that suit. I mean, they have to look at the
But aren't
the
they-
agreement to see if they, I mean, if they had a vote on it and did it properly. That'd be
Well,
an
would
issue.
they have to pull the counties?
I would think there'd have to be a vote on
And
it.
instead of just giving themselves the power to sue?
No. Have to look at the bylaws. I'll do that. But what they're frustrated with him doing, it sounds like, is arranging in a way where it can't be overridden. Is that your understanding that so it's not allowing the legislature to even go override it? Which,
But the Mako, I don't see why they would have the standing to do that, in my own opinion. I'm no lawyer, but.
well,
You know,
any entity would have, that would be affected would have standing. So any member of the public or a corporation was affected could. The issue is, I think it did Mako follow their own procedure.
yeah, well, check it out.
Okay.
Elena?
You see-
Thank you. It's still public comment, right? Okay, Elena Gagliano for the record. And I know I brought this up before, but I'm going to bring it up again. There were 20 some odd pages of correspondence. Time allotted was what, 3 minutes? The discussion regarding action on any of these should have been during correspondence period. And the public comment is for public comment. And the commissioners are not really the public. So the discussion, just as Commissioner Hinkle brought up about the Mako letter, that should have been during correspondence. And therefore, maybe putting it on the agenda. I believe Blaine said something that he was going to check further, and that should all be decided during correspondence and put on the agenda. It makes it a lot easier for people to follow, especially the ones that are watching remotely. And thank you, Commissioner Blanche, for seeing what we see remotely. We don't know who's talking because they don't introduce themselves and and they don't have their camera on. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Good public comment. Go ahead, Elena.
Elena Gagliano again for the record. I heard you say something, I believe it was you, Commissioner Adler. What is a good comment? Silence is an indication there's no answer for that. I'm interested in hearing what a good comment is. No comment, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm not gonna get in big arguments. Yes, I'll do it.
Oh.
Not getting-
Here, I'll give my opinion. I'll take out my county attorney out and give him. Constant criticism is not effective. I mean, yeah. Just the negativity does not bring anything good. There's got to be some constructive. Sometimes there could be some constructive criticism, but continual negativity does no good.
Thank you.
You have another comment.
What's that? Oh, go ahead, Elena. Sorry, I was reading that number stuff.
Okay, thank you very much. County Attorney Blaine, I agree with you because all the chairman has been doing to my remarks is all negative. Thank you very much.
Need no more public comment. We'll go ahead and move into the weekly report on the road and the bridge. Haul isn't in today. They're hauling the mailings up to the East Fork Road, which short 2 people. So anyway, that's the only thing I have on with him on the, they're trying to get some road blade and get caught up. Is that anything, Chuck?
I was called by a person from up the lake. And I talked to Paul about it yesterday, and Paul's already talked to him. And he's wanting the road bladed, actually it's Forest Service road bladed by the lake there. And you know, Paul went up there and I knew that tried it like a couple times, at least. And it was too wet and muddy, so we came down and did the East Fork Road, which got less rain than up at the lake. And so anyway, so this guy was complaining that he had to cut 6 trees out of the road into the winter or something, and so I asked him if we should send a person up there every day to see if a road or a tree was across the road. And he said, well, when the wind blows. So it ended there, I had to leave. But we gotta get up to the lake, get that road bladed as soon as possible.
Well, one reason why they're hauling the millings, I know people have been asking, but we're on a deadline there. If we don't get that stuff up there, then it's gonna cost us a lot more money to have them come back.
Right, we have to get it done before the 4th of July, because he's gonna do the chip sealing. And there's only one person can do the chip sealing in the whole area.
Exactly.
And he's gonna do a chip sealing on Highway 1 right after 4th of July, so we have to get these millings laid before that. And so it kind of screwed everything up.
And I had one guy call me yesterday, well, I seen him, he called in, I went to see him on the Garnett Rosestown Road. Down Fairmouth area, there's like 2 stretches that need to be bladed. It's a non-maintained road there, but they're having Garnett Rosestown games this weekend, but I don't see us getting there. I was hoping we can get a hold of BLM, because I heard they might have a grader up that way, so maybe have Paul try to get hold of Maria or that guy.
I emailed them last week and I have not heard back about.
Well, we got that other flash flood down there and washed stuff out. I mean, even if they did would have bladed, it gone. There's 2 or 3 washouts that they're gonna have to try to get to it. As soon as they can. And they took them signs again, they put the signs up again. I set 2 of them up and they're completely gone there at the bottom of Garnet goes down. This roads. We just can't find signs. It's taken on again, so.
What did the sign say? Just
It, well, it was road closed, because then it washed out.
Yeah.
Set them back up, because it's just.
Which one washed out?
They go through Bonner and come over.
Yeah.
That road's in way better shape, but it's bad. It's all, yeah, can't.
Also, that person informed me there was a bunch of potholes in the paved road up at the lake.
They said that new pothole picture working good, they don't have to run back and forth unless they're getting way more done, so. With that kid that they hired to help out part-time, he's doing good. Whatever.
He's running.
He's helping, he's a shoveler, so. Doing good. Good. Anything else on the roads or solid waste?
I'd like to make a comment, please.
Go ahead, Lance.
When you were saying that you put signs up there and they were removed, I think that needs to be officially documented so that going forward, you can say, okay, we put a sign up this time, it was removed. And Blaine, is there any way that after all this documentation, we can just say we're no longer putting up signs just to make it where we're not being nitpicking, we're just saying, hey, we can't keep putting signs up there because they keep getting removed. At
Well, you could
Barnett,
have-
right?
you could have it in your in the minutes from today's meeting, but also you could look at a formal policy. And we can also let the sheriff's office know that they're removed.
Well, one thing in the minutes, not everybody reads the minutes and officially they are in the minutes, but I think a little further documentation showing, okay, here's possibly a graph saying this is put in place, this was removed. One initial area, instead of trying to read the minutes, okay, on such and such a day, we said that these were put up and removed, is what I'm saying. If in the minutes is official, I understand that, but it's not to the point where someone's gonna go read the minutes and say, oh, okay, so you did put this up and was removed. I think we need a little further documentation, is my opinion.
But do you want a policy? Or I'm not confused at what would, I mean,
Well, don't you think something has to happen if this has been going on from what Scott says for years? And you keep putting signs up and they keep getting torn down? Would it not come to a point where the documentation is there, is that we're not putting signs up anymore because they keep getting torn down? That's all I'm saying.
yeah, that would be I think a policy, a written policy, which is fine if you want to get that on your agenda.
Maybe we could put a blurb in the paper that about the Darnell Road. And there's a non-maintained road, and we do not recommend people going up there for recreational traffic. And you could just put in there that all our signs are being stolen.
So
What are you trying
is
to get
there,
out of it?
excuse me,
Go ahead,
is there a
Mike.
way you could? Is there a way that you can like put, like you said, a wooden one posted in there that they can't remove?
We did, Blanche, they were on post, 2 years ago, we put posts in ground, they tore them right out. That's when they bent the gate around and everything. We have actually tried to put them better. I mean, it's room to the trees, but then they shoot them up or rip them off. It just don't seem, they don't last very long up there.
Were you gonna have it talk to BLM about getting it in their
But I'll
brochures as well?
talk to Maria or have Paul get a hold of Maria and then see what they have to say.
Okay.
But I agree, we gotta do something. I just know people are complaining, well, we should have said something about the road. Well, we can't have somebody stand there every day telling them that. You know,
Well, there's a perfectly good other access on the north side. I mean, a paved road. So why couldn't we just say, we don't recommend recreational traffic going using them?
like I said, with that cloud burst, and that's all worse down in the road now, so. Anyway, I'll have Paul get hold of Maria too, Blanche.
Yeah, and this needs to be followed through on. Just saying you're gonna have it done doesn't necessarily mean it gets done, unfortunately.
Okay. Anything else on road and bridge or solid waste? Come up, state your name, please. No. Sorry.
Jim Boxey, local resident. Got a question on a county road that's been damaged by Northwest Energy.
Speak up just a little bit.
Stewart Lake Road, right past Mike and Stephanie Ross house, the big 3-story house. Northwest Energy came in and put in 2 new transformers. They trenched across the road to do it. And they didn't overfill it, so now it's all washed out. There's a very big ditch in both of those areas. So I'm trying to figure out if that's something Paul would get in touch with Northwest Energy to fix, or if I need to call Northwest Energy.
I will tell Paul about, because we have one in Maxwell too, they dug across and it's right, go past the bar, and I mean, they haven't been back to fix it either, they're gonna complain, but I'll tell Paul to get a hold of him about Stewart Lake Road too.
Thank you.
Make sure you know that, Billy.
Yeah.
Anything else on that? We'll go ahead and jump into the Granite Road Ghost Town property owners discuss maintenance, discussion and decision. So who wants to start? Okay, and could I have you speak up a little bit?
Yes, and do you want me to stand here? Is this, do you want me to sit down?
Better, that all right?
Is that okay?
Yeah, well,
All right.
Yeah, you're welcome. I guess make sure you state your name and.
My name's Jackie Mon, and I think I'm here to represent myself and the other property owners up Granite Road, but also. I think the tourists, and I realize there's a sign that announces to the public that it's not always maintained, and I can't remember the word, does it say seldom maintained? And I realize that absolves some of the liability. But what I worry about is a great revenue for Montana is the tourism. And people hear about Ghost Town State Park, and it's a state park, and we're invited to go there, and then I worry about the safety of them. And the example that I have, last time I was coming down from our cabin, so I live in Helena, I have a son in Bozeman, and we decided to get a cabin that we could all come together for our family gathering, so that's why I'm there. But last time I was coming down the road, and there was a car that hadn't been up the road before, that was on their way to Ghost Town. And they stopped, I stopped to let them by, and they stopped and we unrolled our windows, and they said, what's the road like going forward? Is it sort of like it's been? And they were not too far into the drive. And I said, yeah, it's about the same. And then they took off. And I was worried about them because I felt it was my responsibility to say, is your vehicle safe? You know, I fortunately I have a car that can make it over the ruts, but I didn't know if they did. And so then I have this lingering concern that people that want to be there. And I think experience not only Phillipsburg, but the magic of the history of the state that's exemplified in Granite Ghost Town. And so I hope that you can consider a maintenance schedule that we can be supportive of. And thank you for letting us be here. My colleagues, Dan and Jim also, and Michael are here, so we'll each sort of give our case, but I appreciate your consideration. And I think it's a golden spot that we should all treasure and not let be lost to ruts.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, I'm Jan Bowers, and my husband Chris and I have had property up past Granite since 2005 and built a little cabin up there. And since 2005, the road has been graded twice. I believe the second time was when we had my 90-year-old dad up here, and he'd been up before the grading and after the grading, and he said, you need to find out who did this and slip them $100 bill, because it was wonderful. They ditched the uphill side, they cleaned culverts out, and the road was great. And then so many years pass, and now it's just abysmal. And you know, all the property owners are paying taxes, and we see tourists and we hear complaints. I rode on a plane with a man who drove over from the Bitterroot Valley, and I said, have you gone up to Granite? And he said, yeah, but I'll never do it again. The road is terrible. And you know, it's a draw for Phillipsburg, and it's also a haven for those of us who want to be up at our properties. And we love Phillipsburg and we love being here. We just really want the road to be maintained and safe for all who travel. I think in Andrew's letter, I don't know if you all read it, but he's a property owner up there, a Montana native. My husband and I grew up in Deer Lodge, and we just so appreciate being here and having a little piece of Montana for our own. That we really hope that it can be put on the road agenda. I realize it's a big county, and you mentioned you're short 2 people. Is that because of vacation or positions not filled?
I can't say.
Oh.
That.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, we're down to people right now.
Okay.
That's
I
why
know.
we're getting further. I hate to say it, but we're getting further behind.
Yeah, and that's happening everywhere.
They are gonna get up there and blade. It's on record, and they just haven't made it there yet. But they are coming to blade. It's.
Well, with all the rains we've had, it seems like it would be an optimal time, I know, sooner than later to, before the fire danger starts up later this summer, but
Well, what
anyway.
you don't want to do is blade it and then get 2 inches of rain and all the tourist traffic and
Well, right, yeah,
it'll rip it to pieces, and
Yeah.
then you'll be back where you started.
But they are.
So it's best to wait, I think. Hopefully in July, it'll dry up a little bit or whenever we can get to it and then go in there and blade it, and hopefully we'll get a few days, and the more you pack it down, the better it is. But, you know, no guarantee.
Right.
It could rain in July 3 or 4
Yeah.
inches and you're still back to the same thing.
We
So-
hired.
Anyway, so.
And we hired 2 people on with, so. We
Yeah.
had ads and ads, trying to get people to work, it's just
Well,
sucks.
yeah.
But I mean, we are headed there. I mean, I'm not trying to make them excuses, but they need.
I don't know if you could, it would sure be awesome if you could let some of the property owners know, like, when it's gonna be done, especially so we can avoid being on the road when it's being done to prevent, you know.
I don't
meeting
think we
up to
can
rate.
predict, I mean, just like all these other roads, I mean, just like a lake, we're talking about the lake, we gotta get up there, and I think we're gonna probably get up there before we get up to Granite, cause
Right.
there's a whole lot more traffic.
Right.
And, yeah, we just don't know, I mean, we need like 3 or 4 days at least of dry weather.
And each person can't just run the blade, you gotta have somebody who knows what.
Specialized, yeah. Yeah.
Kind of down, the one guy's gone that runs, like the other, but
Right.
the other ones are trying.
Well, the last time it was done, it was fantastic, it was like wonderful, so we hope, and thank you for hearing us.
Thank you.
Michael.
Hey guys, Michael Galone, I'm a resident up there in Granite also. But I think it's, everything's been said and you fellas know what needs to be done up there, it's just. With the more and more tourists coming up, it's nothing less than, it's just dangerous. You got people coming down, people going up, no turnoffs. Ditches, rocks in the road, so it's basically just a dangerous road to travel back for much more people moving up there, permanent residents living up on the mountain. And we knew what we were getting into with the tourists, it's not like, oh man, there's more traffic, we all know that there's a lot of traffic going up and down that mountain with tourists. And not everybody, knows how to manage these roads. So I think it's a matter of safety.
One thing about it, sure, that once you get a plate, you gotta realize this, they're gonna go faster. And next, you guys are gonna have to be careful too, but I'm just giving you a heads up.
Oh,
Figure if you know all I do, they will do.
I understand, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just not making, like I said, excuses, but that's what happened down there. and
I can see that happening. I was coming up the mountain, but it's far from out of state and zipping down, and I it's stopped, and I gotta, slow down. And I gotta tell people, there's 2 cars coming behind me, or, gotta let people know.
Piss at you.
Yeah, so, another thing we wanna do is kind of put signs, slow, Granite goes down to the left, and, kind of. Us residents up there will work together as to kind of, keep it more organized, so traffic isn't zipping up and down the mountain, it's, one wrong turn, you guys know. You're down the side of the mountain, so. But yeah, we'd appreciate it if something could, get that road a little nice for us.
We gotta get there, I
Oh, yeah.
mean, we realize
It's
that.
on the minutes now, we was getting there, so.
When we can.
Yeah,
And the kids just gotta try to get this other caught up.
yeah, understand that.
No,
Yeah,
no.
but it's-
We
Because
gotta
it's-
roll it down the lower end.
I'm sure, and then, with a lack of, help.
You think a big rainstorm, big hell.
Yeah, and I don't know when the last time anybody's been up the mountain, but it's getting pretty bad, and it's, like I said, it's pretty dangerous.
Feel free to call Paul too. I know I'm not trying to pass on, but if he's super, then he can let you know about when he's gonna get there. I don't want to be speaking to him and say he's coming tomorrow. I don't,
Right,
just keep in touch with him too.
right.
Can't go and go and make sure he talks to you.
The number?
Yeah, it's a, 556-0640.
Get some cards here or something.
Yeah.
Or
May I ask
559-0640.
may I ask a question, Mrs. Blanche?
Go ahead, Blanche.
It was mentioned that it's a state park. So if it's a state park, why can't we approach the state and say, hey, we need help on maintaining this road? Because it seems to me if it is a state park, that they would have some responsibility on helping maintain that road, being as we are shorthanded.
We can ask, but it's kind of like with the BLM on the other end of the county. I've been arguing with them for years on this non-maintained where they help out. They complain about our road, but we never get forward with, they don't, they just kind of like, we gotta.
I realize that, but we have to keep doing it. You know, the squeaky wheel gets the grease or the oil or whatever you put on the squeaky wheel.
We can ask.
Yeah. Well, Commissioner Adler has with Fish, Wildlife and Parks too on Rock Creek, and they won't do it.
They always bring up that it's a government and they can't help or donate to another government. But yet they promote everything and taxpayers, you know.
Well, I think in a lot of
Why do they
state
call it a
parks.
state park?
But
They
we
call
can,
it county road, right?
we can definitely ask them though, Blanche, we'll check into that. I don't even know who you go to ask on that now. Have to go look into it though. Any other public comment on this?
Whoops,
Sorry, he's, go ahead.
I'm good. The kid's gonna have a few words, but thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thanks.
William has his hand raised. I don't know if anybody noticed.
I already asked this guy to come up. Go ahead, you two.
James Truce, I'm a full-time resident up off of Granite County Road, south of the old bimetallic mine. All these folks, Michael is full-time as well, and there's more people who are moving into the area doing construction. I spent probably most of my career in heavy maintenance, including construction of mountain roads in Japan, Korea, throughout all of East Asia, actually, in the Philippines too. And I greatly empathize with your situation here, but it's always an issue trying to retain or recruit and retain help. Particularly these days, I realize there's been a real shift in the society, and it's tough to get good help. That all being said, many times I've had to appear before boards as an executive and give explanations of why maintenance was being deferred. And frankly, if I went in there too many times with explanations of why it wasn't being done, I wouldn't be around very long. I mean, our job in maintenance is to get things done, to develop strategic plans, 1 year, 5 year plans, capital plans for construction, etc. You mentioned the state park, and it's also an access to the national forest up there. North Granite Road runs through the old town of Granite, and it does connect up there to the national forest. And I've had some discussions with the district ranger and other people in their department. In fact, one of the individuals who I spoke to is responsible for all of their maintenance of campgrounds. That's Josh. Sorry, I can't remember his last name. But he took his son up there about last fall. He told me he was shocked at the condition of the road. There may be some interest in them developing access to the national forest up there as well. And they do have some pretty heavy duty equipment, including one machine that runs in the back of an 80 horsepower tractor with a creeper gear. And it just goes up through the rocks and just pulverizes. It's like a chipping machine for the highway. So that's one thing that perhaps there's possibilities of collaboration. And the national parks are not the national park, but the state park situation as well. Perhaps they by listing it as a state park are incurring some liability as well. And frankly, I'm not an attorney, but we all have our opinions. And the sign at the bottom of the road indicating travel at your own risk, that's kind of like a beware of dog sign for a property owner. You're almost admitting to the fact that there's a deteriorated conditions. And you know, only will the courts decide if it comes down to it, if there's a serious accident or a death or injury. I don't know how far that sign is going to protect the county and liability.
And we all have we have legal opinions, of course, but the ultimate legal opinion is going to the courthouse. So I'm also concerned about the tourism going up there. On one hand, it's an attractive area, it attracts people to our community here in Phillipsburg. And tourism is an important factor for all the businesses down Broadway. And for the county overall as well. But if the road's not gonna be maintained, and people are gonna be, and we're promoting the ghost town up there. You know, perhaps we should stop promoting it. And stop promoting the tourism up there. Because it's just for property owners, it's an impediment. It really is risky, especially on weekends throughout the summer. It's insane. So I guess I came here a year ago and I presented a lot of information regarding what's needed on the road. It's not just grading, of course. I think the biggest issue we have is the clogged up culverts, because if you're not controlling the runoff and those upline ditch lines, you're gonna grade it one day and a week later, the water is gonna rain. I don't care if it might be July. And it's gonna rut and rim through that roadway. So the most critical thing is to get up there and clear the culverts and control the ditches. And it's gotten my interest up as to what else is going on with other roads in the county. I understand that there's sign issues being stolen. We're gonna put some signs up, come hell or high water, about simple things like how many miles to the ghost town, and please, uphill traffic's got the right of way. And it's
So be careful doing that.
Yeah, well,
I mean, you're putting yourself there, you're talking about all this liability.
Yeah, I understand that.
Signs up, you gotta have permission from us to put signs up on our.
I understand that.
I'm not trying to start an argument, but I'm just telling you, if you start doing that.
Well, we're also replacing signs that have deteriorated. And particularly with the state park.
There's nothing we can do about it.
We have been about it. The Chamber of Commerce has funded replacement of those signs. They're gonna be duplicates. So and I guess they were placed there probably by, I don't know, whomever, by the state or whatever. These are not normal road signs.
It's no different down there, like I say, I'm not gonna make no excuses, but the signs down there, BLM puts up all these signs and they promote this stuff, but yet they don't wanna help.
Well,
So
it's,
when you go to another government agency, and I'm not trying to get upset, but I've been fighting down there for years and I haven't got nowhere.
well, I think I intend to go to these other agencies. And in my letter, I did copy the state park and recreation and the national forest. It's time for some collaboration. And it's time for a plan for particularly that road. Either that, or we need to start telling tourists not to go up the road. And if you go to social media for recreation and tourism, there's a lot of negative comments already being, especially in the last year or two, about the road. And that's going to have an economic impact here in Phillipsburg. So,
Well, we got another
pardon me?
we got other people.
Okay,
running out
so
of time. So
that's my
I'm not
comments.
getting a big agreement with you here over, because we have before, but I'm just telling you that I'm fighting down there too, and it's not that I don't fight this one, it's just. I'll tell you, trying to get these other entities to step up and help. And they just look at you.
Maybe we can argue on your behalf too.
Okay, yeah, letters and stuff to them or talk to them, I'll get you the numbers when you need to talk to them.
I would like that.
Yes, and apply political pressure to them.
And then we better take this guy.
Thank you.
Thank you, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay.
I gotta
Thank you.
move. Sorry. What was it,
William.
William? Go ahead, William.
Thank you. I'm Bill Goldford. I'm that guy from Florida that's got a little cabin beyond Granite. And I've solved my problem because I used to drive up there with my old SUV, but after beating it to death, I went and got a side-by-side, so I can make it up the road reasonably well. I do think you have an issue, and let me digress just for a minute. I can feel some empathy. I was both a mayor of a small town in Florida and also on the Jacksonville City Council for 8 years. I understand limited resources and great demand. But I do think that I think it is an issue. I think it's a safety issue, and I just wanted to show my support. I think it's a problem with the tourists. I've had some run-ins with some folks going up there. They're not very observant of taking proper action in driving that road. And I'm a flatlander. I'm not a mountain guy, but it seems like they don't know what they're doing. Some of them that I've encountered driving up that road. And it has something to do, obviously, with the condition. Blanche, I'm sorry I'm addressing you by your first name, but I don't know your last name to give proper respect. But you were touching on something with respect to the state, and all jurisdictions in Florida, municipal jurisdictions and county jurisdictions, have the same problem with the state of Florida. They don't want to have anything to do with helping. They just erode home rule. But I think maybe the way to address them first and foremost would be, the streets or the roads within the confines of Granite Ghost Town are absolutely awful. They're worse than the county road going up to it. So maybe first step with the state would be, hey, you guys, how about straightening up your own roads within your park? And then maybe from there you can get a little more cooperation, because they really should be maintaining the thing that they're promoting, namely the ghost town, and they're not doing a very good job within the confines of the ghost town itself. But I understand, I'm supportive. If there's anything I can do to help we're all in it sort of together. It is a problem. I think Jim Prusa did touch on something, what little I understand. My background is construction equipment. I think that there is also an issue with the drainage, which tends to do.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Any
Welcome.
other? So we're gonna have to move ahead. I kind of let it overrun, but I wanted to hear everybody, and we are coming.
So you send those contact information
Yep, I'll get a hold of Billy and I'll talk today and. Sorry.
and we'll let everybody know that you're gonna come, and if you can ever tell us when, that would be great.
Yeah, and you got Paul's number now, and get touch base with me. Don't be afraid to call him, and if you don't get back to you, call me.
Okay.
I'll give you
So
a
can we
message.
take one more comment from Suzanne? She raised her hand.
Oh, I didn't see her, sorry. Go ahead.
Hold on.
Oh, there. Go ahead, Suzanne.
Hi, this is Susanna Murphy. We also have a small cabin up past the granite mine. And I guess the safety concern is very real for us. And you're not wrong. People are going to be ripping faster once it's graded, but at least we'll be able to get out of their way if the road is more safe. We have definitely pulled as far as we can before going off the cliff to make room for locals on their dirt bikes. And it would be great, pun not intended. It would be great if we had safety and room to make sure that others are safe.
Okay, thank you. Well, we're gonna, being there's no more, and I really appreciate y'all coming in, we'll get you the stuff.
That'd be great.
And then you can get my number from Dave, my personal number, cell, you can call me anytime.
Perfect. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I kind of let that one go over a little bit. All right. We'll go ahead and thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot.
We'll go ahead and go into the dam tenders. Chuck, you have a comment, don't you? I gave it to you. I didn't see her, I get some damn regular man, kind of hard.
Yeah, I got too many things going. And Brad Learman is on. I think he's our.
Okay.
Which probably would be work on. No, you're fine.
We're at 6429.68, 2.1. Or 2.1 inches above full floor.
My math is right.
Well.
Why are you looking at me? Yeah, we had a little situation here this weekend, or,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sunday.
yeah, Sunday, and it breached above the creek channel above the weir. And luckily, local resident had a backhoe ready to go. And, we got that taken care of. I was up there last night. And it looked good, but everything running good. It's still over, so. The only thing I can see to do is pretty much do what we're doing right now and hope it don't rain. I don't know if we can let out much more going down the creek.
Great, if we do, ones downstream are gonna start, they're gonna start feeling. I had a couple people downstream call and they're already noticing it hitting. What's going on, so they can feel the pressure of the water already, they said. So what's your plan? And then
Well,
we'll
unless
go into
somebody changes my
public
mind, I'd say leave her as it is. And hopefully it'll go down unless somebody can get a better idea. I don't know.
Who wants to start?
Well,
You gotta come up here and state your name.
okay, so I'm John Grooms. I was there Sunday. There was a stump in a tree across that caused water to pop out of there and go down on more on the north side and around by the campground. Pulled the stump out of there. And that resolved the problem, and that's about it. I went by there yesterday and I would say the same as Chuck. It looked fine. We're in a pipe, we're holding water and Chuck pointed out, or Chuck people pointed out that getting about to capacity as far as coming out of there. I'd agree with that until there's more maintenance done there, and I don't know, I don't have anything much more to say. I would say it's above, as we all know, it's above. I've looked back at the last two meetings and it's been said each time to bring it up to, between 90 and 100. If I look at the graph, that's what's been going on. So there's certainly an attempt on my part. What my opinion is there's an attempt to hold this back.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that Thursday, I guess I was talking to some people here and they're mentioning about the inside valve or the gate valve, whether it was open or not, and I didn't know. And so we ended up getting all the Great West and Jeremiah sent one of his crew out on Friday and they got with Paul and Jared and come to find out the inside gate valve was only partially open, so that's why they couldn't, because John kept telling me they could release a whole lot more water than what was coming out of there, and they ended up releasing that water. And that's why it's working now.
When the gate valves are fully open, what can come out? That's, I guess, a question some people had.
We've heard high numbers, but in the old system, we'd see some pretty high numbers, a couple hundred. The engineers told us in that area to expect to be in that area. That's when they installed, but quite a bit more than what there is. But anyway, I did want to make that clear that it did seem to me that you're following what you say you're doing in the meetings. It's over. When it's over, it's out of compliance, but we can work through it.
Say that again.
I said, when it's being released over the spillway, it's out of compliance, but it's working its way in a direction that is probably the best we can do at this point. I mean, you can let a little more out and make it go a little faster. That's kind of your decision, but yeah, that's what I saw. I have been around the lake. I've been working around the lake. I've been doing shoreline work. The water is on far end of the lake, probably 50 or 60 feet back on the grass. So that's about how far it's expanded. If anybody wanted to know, that's kind of what I've been seeing. Probably in Beaver Bay, in Black Bear Lane, there on the Deer Lodge County side of it. It's kind of up around the wells and the septics. So, keep that in mind. Not like it was 4 years ago or when it was way up. It's not, so that's what I've seen in my travels. I see a little, I was at Silver Lake. I had a project that took me past the Weir at Silver Lake. There's a little bit in Martin Creek. Not much, I'm gonna guess, maybe a cubic foot, it's one increment up, which is, I believe, an inch on a 6-foot partial plume. So we do have water coming from Silver Lake, but the gates are not open. This is steepage. I don't know, those are the things that I've noticed around the lake. And what I saw at the Weir Pond, same as you, plenty of room at the Weir Pond. There's probably at some point you might want to consider maintenance there. I don't know, kind of working.
Okay, you got something?
Finish, no?
Yes.
So we got, I think it's 95 coming out now at the Weir. Does anybody think that we can go up a little bit? More tomorrow?
95 points.
There's a potential forecast for heavy rain tomorrow. There is. I don't know what heavy rain means in this country. So I guess I had a couple of comments and John touched on some of them. One is 4 years ago, we had almost the exact same thing happen with the.
Excuse me, who's talking?
What's
Who's
that?
talking? Who's talking?
Chuck Stokey, he
Thank you.
He said his name. I didn't know you didn't hear him.
Well, I couldn't hear him.
What?
I can't hear either, Blanche, very well. And so it came out in a different spot out of the creek bed and flooded the road. And it was taken care of, and it was going, not over, but really close to the top of the culvert. At that time, it was discussed that needs some rework and maintenance, if otherwise it's gonna keep happening. And I think John can talk to that point. And from time to time, the Weir Pond needs to be cleaned out. So I wanted to be sure that the commission knew that that's an issue.
They just cleaned the Weir Pond out.
But I'm talking about also where it's breaking through out of the creek channel. Yeah, I was up there when John was there, and yeah, it needs to be cleaned out. I mean, there's willows growing into the middle of the creek, and it just can't flow right. And John removed a big log right at that corner, and I think that's what caused the whole thing. Over time, it filled in with gravel and stuff, and then so the creek bed was way up compared to the bank, and it just went off the corner. So I mean, I was gonna bring that up too, that I think we gotta work on getting the permits and get in there and do that whole stretch. And just clean it out. Right. So I also read your instructions last time that keep it at 90 and then go up to 95 and 100 if they need be. And it went up an inch, nothing happened on the valves. It went up 2 inches, nothing happened on the valves. It stayed up there for a while. Is there a problem with getting that timely adjustment up to 100? I mean, in my mind, it should have been done in a day, because all of a sudden it went up an inch in a day. I don't think there's a problem now that we got that inside valve opened up and we can adjust it now. Because it was mostly closed, the way I understand it. And so the outside valve was only letting so much out. So that's why we weren't getting what we wanted to get when we increased the CFS outflow. So yeah, I think we can do it now. It just depends on how far we want to go. I mean, do we go to 100 now? I think it's probably, if we're at 95 at the Weir, we could probably, well, probably the limiting factor now is the integrity of the system below us. Right. We know the valves work, and we don't want to flood that again. Yeah. Yeah, so that's above my pay grade. I don't know what that creek will hold. John would know better than I do, but maybe in your road crew, I don't know, the people that have worked on it before, but
That's one issue. So the other issue that I wanted to speak about a little bit is the lake level. Period. And there's a bunch of people voiced their opinion up there the other day at the dam when we were there with the engineer that we can go as high as we want and it doesn't matter where we're at, but, and I talked to Blaine about this. There is a property boundary on the project, and the property boundary, I'll give you a document to look at, and this is a copy of basically what Montana Power transferred to Granite County. And it describes the property of the project, and everything I highlighted is in red, but the bottom line in 13 pages of this, and it goes all the way around the lake, is that the property boundary is the spillway of the lake. So everything involved in the project is below 29.5. Nothing above that is involved. When I spoke with FERC about the property boundary, so I said, so at 29.5 is it? I said, you know, what do they do if, you know, there's too much water to hold? And I said, can they put it over the spillway? And he said, their engineer and lawyer were in the conversation, and they said the spillway should never get wet. And they said, we've got thousands of these projects, everyone has a property boundary, the spillway should never get wet. Everything above that is not to be used in maintenance. Well, Blaine's gonna sit here and say, well, acts of God, force majeure, all this stuff. And I agree with him, okay? What I'm saying is there's a misconception, I think, that we can use this to store water. And according to the documents in the law, they're telling us no. So I'm happy to, you've seen this.
One thing I'd go beyond acts of God is there were homeowners here in late April and early May that were saying, don't, keep the outflows low. I mean, you were on Zoom and heard that. So
They want to go actually to 6. Imagine what would happen then.
And you know, we can argue all day long about how to manage this thing in the winter time. And probably get 6 or 8 different opinions how to do that. I'm telling you about this time of the year is what we're talking about, and going over the spillway and.
But it has to be managed through the year, not just at this time.
yeah, April and May are the critical times.
But if we're gonna fill a pond, lake, we're gonna do it in June. So if we get it up to that top level of spillway, then we're just dependent on the rain. You know, I mean, so like we're now, we had it up to the top, and then we get more rain, and it's going over. Well, 3 years ago, say, or 4 years ago, whenever it was, basically the same thing happened. And I was measuring, we got like 8 inches that time in 2 weeks. At my place. And so you're dependent, so it's really hard to do if we're gonna bring it up, because we can't say, well, we're gonna bring it up in July. Because you probably wouldn't get it up to the full level, you see, so it's really hard to do, my point is.
I concur, it's hard to do.
Yeah, and so it doesn't make any difference, like Chuck said, it's the winter, that's past history, it's. You know, we're here that now, and what to do.
So looking at retrospectively, following Todd Blythe, what his projected inflows were gonna be and outflows would have been the better, I think, better way in April and May. And the county did keep it under what he was projecting. I think I think going more with Todd Blythe's recommendation in the future.
Yeah, but we've still been in the same place. Because if you're gonna fill that lake, you're gonna do it right now. So it's gotta be up there close to top anyway. So then if you get a bunch of rain, then it's gonna go over.
But we could have managed it a little better, right?
It doesn't make any difference, because you're.
I'm not gonna argue with this.
Because. The point is, it has to be full this time of the year anyway.
Chuck, can I make a comment on what
I
you're
get
saying?
that.
So, okay, can I make a comment on what just what you're saying. That, I think what Chuck is pointing out is there is a release mechanism and it is a valve at the bottom. Okay, the release mechanism is not the spillway. And I think everybody agrees on that. What you're talking about 4 years ago was not so much the rain event as it is this year. It was the fact that, that it was not let out the bottom. And it was encouraged to go with the spillway.
That was
So
me.
that's-
That was me.
Yep, so that's a difference in what you're saying. That's a little bit of a difference in what's happening now. What happened during the winter was the level of the lake was lower than it had been the previous year. Previous year was barely filled because it was a dry spring and we didn't get rain. This year, we got rain. Todd Blythe's model has the rain events in the model. So his model predicted that we would have, higher flow. And the model was correct in this case because we did get the rain. Had we not got the rain, we wouldn't be here talking about this, but the basic discussion that Chuck Stokey is bringing up is that the spillway has never been a release mechanism. The valve in the bottom, the outlet valve is the release.
Well, we can
So-
say here.
I told-
We need
So
to
I mean,
figure out.
I'm just trying to clear up what you just said.
Compensation.
I
We
told-
need to
I
figure
totally-
out what we're gonna do or how much we're gonna put out. What's
Yeah, I
your-
totally agree with that, but now I think we can adjust. Because the inside valve is open, we can adjust it with the outside valve, I think. We can get a better handle on it.
You got something, Paul? But
Yeah.
I'm trying to move us ahead here.
Yeah, I'm Paul Down with Hydrodynamics. You can't let much more out because of the ranchers down below. So they're maxed out right now from what they told me. And June 1st, the lake should be 1 foot below the crest. If it fills, if we get rain, it fills great. If it don't, it's a reservoir. So we can't constantly worry about if we're at the top of the spillway.
Thanks.
So
So what's your motion?
Well, I guess my motion is stay the same, and I'd like to go to 100.
I don't think, I'm smoothly, I mean, that's my opinion, but I'll go with what we're at right now. I don't think we dare go any further just by the comments down below. The head gates and stuff, that's. I mean, but I'll go with that, what we're doing.
The 95 or up to 100.
Yeah, last week it was up to 100.
Matching info, I think they've got to be pretty close to.
If it's gonna heavy rain tomorrow, I mean, it's only 5.
So you want to go to 100, or is that what you're finding?
I'd say stay the same as last week. Max out at 100. I think they have it adjusted now, after they open the valves.
I want to get, speak for Jared too, he's new at this and he's doing a good job.
No, he's doing a great job.
Yeah, I mean, we've got, somebody's really worried and he's been calling every day and, yeah.
I think the motion last week was 90 and then stepping it up as inflows increase, but if inflows are already
I don't know, I maybe someone like Brad Lehrman might know a little bit more, but I feel like the inflows have been staying relatively the same, so I think the outflow is, I know it's been fluctuating with the gates adjusting, but I think even from last week to this week, there hasn't been a huge change in the lake level, so I think the release has been about the outflows. I know, like I said, there's been some jumps, but I think overall it's been pretty close, but I don't know, Brad might be able to speak a little more closely to that.
But, yeah, if he's got a comment, because we're gonna have to move on, I like that,
What's the motion?
Leave it as the same as you did last week.
We can go up to 100 CFS, we're at 95 right now.
Okay, so what you're saying is that we can go up to 100 and it's at 95 right now. And that's where we'll stop, is at 100, because Is that what is all that can be released or what?
Well, it is a temporary modification to go above 100.
Okay,
But that could be talked about with the agencies if you wanted to consider it, but you're also talking about issues down the street.
okay, the comment that Dr. Stokey mentioned was there was something down below that needed to be cleaned out that hasn't been cleaned out. Is that something that is going to help this situation and needs to be done immediately? Or is this something that we can do further down the road?
We can't do that now. We need permits to get in there and make sure everybody's okay with it. And so that's a big project. We shouldn't be doing it during high water.
So that's something that needs to be done, but we haven't done it in what, a long time or what?
Yeah. It needs
Okay.
it.
Okay, so something that we need to go forward with and get on the agenda. Okay, all right, so
Everybody know.
Chuck, you made that motion? Or did Scott make that motion?
I did.
Chuck did.
Okay, I will second the motion.
Okay, all in favor, or any more? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, sorry, public comment.
Okay, bye.
Oh,
You everybody?
Oh, you have a comment from Elena?
You got, go ahead, Elaine, on the dam.
Thank you.
Just see what I have some.
Thank you. For the record, Elena Gagliano. I have a comment. I want to thank Mr. Stokey for bringing this to the attention of the county. Again, I do have property up there. I've been following this for a long time, and I think that it needs further discussion regarding the FERC license, the maps, et cetera, et cetera. And this discussion was good, and I think it needs more besides just deciding the outflow and making a decision. Thank you.
All righty, well, we're gonna move on.
Thank you, guys, ladies.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Come on up, ladies. Sorry, I let it kind of got behind. Who's the new person on the compensation board?
Kylie.
Yeah.
You want Blanche's chair? Yeah.
No, she can come sit with me, I'll sit with her.
Where's
They're in the jacket quarters.
Yeah, I can see her out there too, working, but I got a little.
We're ready. I have a digital copy. I'm not like on Facebook.
All righty.
On Blanche's chair now? She's coming.
Say the first part of it's the Granite County Compensation Board Annual Meeting recommending salaries of elected officials, including COLA discussion and decision. We'll start with that one first. I'll let the compensation go ahead. Whoever wants to lead off. Vicky?
I'll lead off. I'll lead off.
Okay, thanks.
This is
Blanche.
Blanche. The COLA is 8%. The inflation has been very high for the last 2 years, and the COLA is suggested by the MACO spreadsheet. And my opinion is that looking at your packet, you see that we have put money aside just for this instance, and I feel that our employees are our asset, and I feel that they need the 8%. And I'm not saying this because I am an elected official and would receive this. I'm saying this because it is something that needs to be given to our employees. That's my opinion. That's how I'm just gonna keep it simple. That's how I will vote on it.
How much has been set aside to cover this? Is it 100% of it or?
Say that.
How much money is set aside to cover the?
Okay, I can answer that question. We have put $300,000 into a special line item just for COLA increases. And not necessarily do we have to use the full 8%, but we could take 4% from this fund to supplement the wages and salaries of the employees and this would be for the elected officials.
Comments?
I mean, I think we. Okay. Oh. Anna Ferguson. I'm in support of the 8%. I think the cost of living and housing and all of that we've seen, it's really hard to retain employees like anywhere in the county right now. I think because it's just expensive to live here. So I think that wages need to reflect the cost of living here, which is pretty high.
Any other comments on this? Yeah.
I wrote. Yeah, that I had, it was in the.
She wrote it. Yeah.
Got something, Blaine Bradshaw, Granite County Attorney. I'm not here asking for raise for myself, but I see where the real issue here is keep retaining sheriff's deputies and having them be able to afford to live in Granite County. We've lost one where recently where it was a factor, and we're losing another one. It's potentially a factor. So I think sheriff's deputies is a critical one. This compensation board could look at additional compensation for sheriff's deputies, and I'm not saying this round, but potentially in the coming years, looking at that.
So I saw in here it was 15% for the sheriff office. Is that correct? Or was I reading that correctly? It said 15% of sheriff base.
It's for the coroner, if they're a deputy coroner.
Which they all are, right?
Yes, so the sheriff gets 15% of the base wage for his coroner duties, and then if there are any of the deputies are deputy coroners, then they get that also, but at their prorated amount. So the deputies would get anywhere from 90 to 95% of the wage of the salary of the. And so if like they get 93, then they get 93% of that 15% for the, but that's just for the ones that are deputy coroners.
Okay.
Can you hear all
we
that?
actually did raise that a couple years ago.
Can you hear Blanche?
It was kind of jumbled. Everybody's talking at once. What was that question?
Sarah was explaining stuff.
I heard Sarah.
Okay.
Well, if you want to know who the deputy coroners are, the undersheriff is also a coroner. Deputy Barkell is, and Deputy Lucero was. Deputy Olson was, but he's the one leaving.
Yeah, I think retention of law enforcement is something we really need to look at. Even like this Sunday, the events, just thinking about how important that was.
Agreed.
So.
Okay, I have one more question here, please. Blaine, you're mentioning that this is very important for the deputies to keep deputies. And isn't it still based off the sheriff's salary, or is there some new law in there that says that we can decide deputies get more?
Well, my understanding is it's based off the sheriff, but this compensation board, it's the sheriff can be given additional, and I'm not, encouraging that, but it's no longer totally tied with the other elected officials.
Oh, so the new statute isn't totally tied with it, that the sheriff gets an extra $2,000?
And that new law actually came from this compensation board, wrote to, who was it, to Mako and Sheriff Slaughter and Cascade pushed that through. It was one of the main ones that didn't push through.
So I guess, I'd direct or entertain a motion on the first one then.
Kathy Smith, I'll make a motion to the 8%.
And Ferguson, I will, I'll make a motion.
Any other public comment on the first one? Being none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we'll jump to the Granite County elected officials compensation and final decision on salaries, including COLA discussion decision by county commission. I totally agree with everybody's saying, whether it's the deputies or road crew. I mean, we don't have the decent enough wages and that we can't get people to work. So I appreciate all the stuff and especially we've got a good bunch of people working.
So the commission could do a motion as well, because the compensation board was a recommendation. The final say would be the commission.
So could I make another comment here? Sorry, I'm not sorry. You're saying, Blaine, that what you are proposing or suggesting as part of the compensation board, that we need to look at the sheriff's salary to raise that salary so that the deputy should get more? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying in the coming years to look at that as one issue. I'm not saying now. But yeah, I'm not.
Well, okay, the reason I say this is 8% is the 8%, and start increasing that is then going to possibly create a little bit of a.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not
Okay.
saying. At all.
Okay.
Did you second it?
Second, what, the motion? I didn't hear the motion. Sorry.
You want me to make it?
The motion was, okay, was the motion made on the second part on the agenda item that the elected officials receive the 8% COLA increase?
That
Is
motion
that
is made by the commission.
And I'll second that.
Who made that motion?
I'm waiting to get one.
I thought you just made it.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't say I made it. Okay, I make it then.
You wanna make it?
I will, do I have to repeat?
Yeah,
Okay, I make that motion.
second,
Yeah.
any public comment, all in favor? Aye.
Aye. Up, we have a comment from Elena.
I see it now, it just popped up. Go ahead, Elena.
Elena Gagliano, for the record, I just have a question. I know we're in the process of an interlocal agreement or an agreement with the sheriff's department between the two towns. How does that work into this? Because that's a lot of money that's being added to the budget, isn't it?
Yeah, you want me to respond?
Go ahead.
The county's in the negotiations with the town of Phillipsburg for law enforcement and is asking for, proposing a 4-year contract with the first year being increased 5%, the remaining 3 years increased 3.5%. And so the thought was taking into consideration the cost of living, but also what the town can afford as well. So it's kind of a balance there. The town of Drummond contract is not up until next year. The town of Phillipsburg is on the agenda today to discuss that law enforcement agreement.
May I make a comment too?
Go ahead.
Okay, this contract with Phillipsburg does not have anything to do with the elected officials and the COLA request. And the contract is completely separate. And I think this is what we visited, was it a couple of weeks ago with the sheriff and with, when we mentioned the 5%, it wasn't the 8%, it was what we feel we need to increase and what the county can afford.
We didn't want to price ourselves out of it, make it so high that they couldn't accept it. That's why we kind of talked about it and went through it. I mean, we really went over
Yeah.
it.
It is tied somewhat in that that's why the county's asking for a higher percentage from the town because you have more, your inflation's hitting the county.
Yeah.
Not just in salaries.
Yeah.
So there is some
Yeah.
tie
Yeah.
there.
Yep.
Any other public comment? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, so now we'll move on to the last one. Granite County Employees Compensation Final Decision on COLA for all county employees other than union employees. Discussion and decision by county commission. We haven't been in negotiation.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second
The
Public comment?
of 8% COLA.
8% COLA, yes. Well, I was gonna make that comment, but motion that we give all county employees other than union people, the 8% COLA effective July 1.
Is union just road crew?
And solid waste. So we'll have separate negotiate. We can't do it now. We got to negotiate.
it. I second your motion, guys.
Public comment? Being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lance.
Thanks, Eileen.
Thanks.
Thank,
Bye, Blanche.
bye. Sorry, I can't see you.
Okay, we're gonna go into the courthouse. Maintenance discussion with Janine, go ahead.
Here's what I got on there.
Thank you.
That one looks better. All right, roof issues and how to fix them. Dave's here to tell you what the plan is and what the issues are. The roof that was put on by Lincoln, not the one we just recently got, with Ace Roofing, but that Von Lincoln out of Butte. Where the drain comes off the catwalk, it goes around the main dome. The drains are lower than the floor. That's where we're having our issue with, it's so leaking up on that. Up there. And he has a solution for that. We discussed it and I'm all for it, but I don't know how to tell you, he knows. How did I do?
Go ahead.
Where the copper comes down on the windows, there's a trough under that. And a little wall sticks up, from that part to that part around it, because it's 8-sided. And it's a wall like the perimeter wall all the way around, brick wall, and then it comes up to a concrete block. My thoughts are, if we take that concrete block off and extend the dome, like put a skirt on the dome, we'll frame it with 2x6 and plywood, and then I think I've got enough copper left to do it. I'll measure before we do that. Otherwise, it'll be 10. And then we'll just extend that part down, so it'll come down the windows, and right at the bottom of the windows, it'll slope away and then fall down that 5-foot wall on the outside. That'll eliminate the drains. I took pictures, but I didn't think to print them. I've got them on my phone if you want to look at it. The guy put the membrane in, and he's got patches on top of patches on top of patches. There's patches 4 layers thick up there. And he's got the patches built up, and what you can see in the easy stuff, if it's done that shoddy, going into those 10 drains is shoddy. That's, in my mind, the simplest permanent solution. We can go up, I can put new membrane down and redo exactly what he did. But in 20 years, we're gonna be in the same spot. If we do it with metal, just extend it, we could even do it like an addendum or change order to the dome project if we wanted to. So it would just be part of the dome then. That's, in my mind, the cheapest, simplest, permanent solution we could come up with.
Well, with it, the price of copper being so high, if you didn't have enough, or it's not seen by the public, I think we can use 10, as long as it ain't a visual scene from it. Isn't that what they?
10 was the original on the courthouse, so I don't think you're going against. Yeah, historically.
Yeah.
Cheapest, but the best way, I mean, good.
I don't think you can see that up there. It's
Well,
just-
it would be
like a
visible. It would be
mulch
part of,
around.
what we're doing would be visible. It would be part of the dome.
Are you actually doing away with the drains then?
You would do away with the drains up there.
Is
Then
that-
just go down to the main part of the roof. So
Yeah.
those little tin drains that you see, I think there's 4 of them.
Okay.
We just get rid of those, so it'll just be brick and smooth across.
They'll basically be covered, and all the rain will run off of that, not even go in that mold where them drains are.
There's no reason to have that trough there other just. The architect got paid by the hour, I'm guessing.
And those drains are causing leaking into the interior of the dome.
That's the only place I can find, that's the only place Ace can find, that's all anybody can find that this leaking is that. I don't have a price for you.
Well, I think they'd have to, we can, put it back on the agenda and just. Not trying to push it, but I mean, then we can figure out really what we're gonna have to do, what we can base it on that. I know it has to be fixed, but
Right.
we can't.
I think it's just way down in the dome, and it's getting to that ceiling. We thought we had it fixed with that other guy that did it, and obviously. It lasted for a little while, but then all of a sudden it's leaking again up there.
What do you call that spot with the drains? I mean, is there
I
a
don't-
official title?
Moat. It's like a moat. You just walk around the tower, basically. But I think that
I've seen it, we've had like 3 people try to fix it, and this, we just.
it just never gets
Then
done
we repaint and
correctly.
everything, and then right now we're back to square one, so I
Right.
think it's gonna have to be fixed.
Just eliminating them drains altogether, make everything come from the dome out to the main roof.
It'll look like kind of an 8-sided roof, with not much slope. 2 feet 12 maybe, sloping down, so it'll just, the wall come up and then we'll slope up to the copper that's there.
Yeah.
And I think I've got enough copper to do it. But it'll have 2x6s, plywood, and then that same ice and water membrane. I don't remember if that was 30 or 50-year warranty.
That you put on the dome.
Yeah, that's on the dome, so it'll be.
Guess what the next thing would be is just gonna have to see what the cost is, we can't, just
Right.
guarantee that he can do it, cause then if.
No.
Goes on, we have to bid it.
It'd be,
Yeah.
it'd be 10,000 or less,
Or.
probably quite a bit less.
Question,
Go ahead, Blanche.
you're saying that there's copper left? Is that Granite County's copper? Should
What's
we
that?
maybe not recycle that copper and put it back into the copper you said you had left? Whose copper is that? Is
That's
that
mine.
Granite County's?
That was a bid job, not a time and material job. I didn't buy it from the county, I bought it in Missoula.
But you'd use it on that, you'd use it on.
I donate the copper where I've got it and it came off the dome, I just throw the copper in. But no, if you bid a job, that any materials left, it is the whole property of the contractor.
That's right.
Interesting. Okay, just my question.
Okay, well, let's move on to the next one then.
And the foundation around the northwest corner over here, that's been an issue since I've been here. Whenever I water the lawn out there, that's why I don't get it watered up there on the top. Right out here, it ends up down in that office. It used to be Microsoft office, and that judge's office now. So the foundation, I think the whole building needs the foundation looked at. And it probably could use a new sealant and probably patched where there's cracks, because it is over 100 years old.
Like looked at by the architect or someone else.
Well, if they could put a camera next to the building, go down, they'll have to drill holes to do it, but the mess that would be to dig things, to dig it. out.
Architect doesn't have those.
And yeah, check, especially like where we know where there is an issue. Like here, for instance, that northwest corner over there.
That's one of the drains, if anybody want. You'll see the drains,
If you can just give it off, but. Yeah, I remember seeing it.
there's patches on top of patches on top of patches up there.
That's not my.
If you could, Dave, if you could print them off and
Sure.
Blanche can, we'll have them
Or
here
email
for
them.
next
Will you
week.
text them to me?
Yeah.
I'll just, I'll go to text them,
Yeah, just text them to Billy.
And then I'll just email that to you,
Okay.
print them for you next week.
But the foundation needs to be looked at and fixed in areas that it needs to be fixed. And put perf pipe in there next to it so that the water, when it does come down the building, it goes out to the lawn and not all the way in.
Well, we'll see what we can, we'll have to, see if we can get somebody to look at it or.
The only way to look at it's gonna be to excavate it and look at clean it and then check it. I'm guessing the mortar's degraded underground, freeze thaw cycles just broke the mortar out and I think we just got bare rock. with sand. So it'd need excavated down to the footing, cleaned, remortared, and then a perfect pipe, sealed really good with it. It makes a pretty good sealants now. You can roll out like ice and water stuff for basement walls where you can paint it on. And then a perforated pipe going down the lawn so it'll drain away. You know, and all the water that'll run down there will get carried away instead of just pooling down there.
I guess we'll put this back on and talk about it when Lance is here and get some pictures and stuff.
Yeah,
We won't be able to get pictures of that because it's all underground.
No, but look, maybe go down the basement and stuff and look around and that.
I looked at
Yeah.
the walls down there. One of
We can
those
look at it.
cracks, you ain't gonna see.
I just want to get everybody on the same page.
Right.
Good idea.
Yeah, you know, and retaining walls, we talked about that out here and around the building. Nick and I were discussing it about some, instead of having retaining wall, just have, a cement. Like foot high and put fence around here again, at least have a cement foot high to put the fence into. Like they used to have the metal fence, if you see the pictures up front here, on the wall.
Vince was the
Like
original.
Fence was original, and he did a fence up here, or an anaconda at the, what was it?
True
Value
Value.
Hardware.
If you go around the back where the True Value, there's
There
a
on
6
that.
foot tall.
There,
See if they
maybe
can-
there again, if the person gets a picture, so we have a visual and kind of understand. Instead of, I mean, we can. Till we have it in front of us, it's just better for me.
It's just,
Otherwise, I'm trying to.
just one of the things that we need to look at that need to be addressed in the future, you know what I mean?
No, this is good to bring this stuff up.
Because that retaining wall that's there is crumbling really big time. Try to hose the sidewalk off to get the debris off the sidewalk, and it just makes this wall go apart more. On this side, especially on the north side.
If we excavate and reseal that northwest corner, that'd be the time to do that wall, because you have to cross that wall with equipment.
We just take it out to get them in.
Those
And then
are
those-
future projects would be the cornice decorative. The overhang on the building that's metal. There's a lot of it that's coming, pulling away from the building from frost and whatever as well.
Water tracks down and gets in the mortar and gets behind it, freeze thaw and just pushes the metal out. And that lets water get in, and the water will go down between the bricks and freeze thaw and break the bricks apart.
Cause
So-
more issues for mortar to be done.
Over time, it will
But-
become a structural issue. Right now, it's just decoration. But we wanna- It would be wise to address it for too many years.
On the main
What about
road.
painting the trim, like back door and everything?
Yeah, I'm gonna get to the back door here this year yet. Right now, we're waiting on the part to get that back door fixed. The other one that was automatic. We're doing away with that automatic side there. We only need the one side for wheelchair because it can fit through there. Because he's not able to get the parts for that.
We can get them if they're $12,000.
Well, so we just thought we'd put a regular hinge on there like we have on the bathroom doors or this front door.
Cool.
So it's
Um,
ADA just on the one side, why not?
Right,
An ADA actually only has to have a 5-pound open. It doesn't have to be automatic, so.
and that's where we're at.
Good, yeah.
As soon as we get all that fixed, because the door is kind of swollen right now and it's creaking when you open it and stuff.
Well, I think the
So
windows
maybe it
need
dried out.
trim painted on the outside, don't they?
Yeah,
Um,
all the way up and all the way around.
We had those done. That Ken Philbach did them
You know
a
what?
while back. Ken Philbach did them when he painted the dome upstairs in building.
Oh, that's
Never.
another thing you want done, once you get the drains fixed, is painting that.
Right.
I'd wait.
Yeah, I would wait till we make
The-
sure we get it fixed this time.
John Fitzpatrick, if he mentioned if he may be the head of a committee next year or 2 years. And there's funds for historical preservation. And so he thought like looking at like totally redoing the windows in the courthouse and the jail, something.
Because they lost all that historic money for some reason that we couldn't ever remember. We tried to get some.
But there is, it's now, yeah, so so that's something
be
the
the way to
county
go.
look at.
Yeah, so these windows were painted, I don't know, probably 5-6 years ago. I've been here 6 years. I think it was the first year I was here that they were done. There's not a whole lot. I don't know if he got all these windows. I thought he had done them all. I know the ones on the third floor in the courtroom were done. And they're going too. So yeah, they all need to be cleaned up and painted again. Or, you know, if we could get new windows like you're talking, it'd be much better than get vinyl windows or whatever and.
Well, it's gotta be historic, yeah, it's gotta be the wood.
Seeing that the wood out
Yeah.
there is so old, a lot of it's rotten, it just
So-
painted, it just soaks in, doesn't do much good.
Well, I think, yeah, if we get some pictures and put this back on, you know, we can talk a little more about it and that.
You can do that.
Do you want updates on what I got going?
Yeah, go ahead.
The toilet works with the push button in the jail now. Parts came in last night. I got it installed. All that's left is to clean it. Do the sheet rock where we tore the closet out. And that was part, and that's actually not part of the original bid. That was in addition to, because we moved it. We changed everything about that thing, but the material, we built it out about 4 times. So there's a little bit of sheet rock left. Toilet works. We got to get the switches figured out for the electric locks. It's got upgraded. That wasn't part of the original, but I'll work through it with him. So the jail just needs cleaned. He used the cell over the weekend, so it's usable, it's functional, operational. Everything works as intended.
It's not good that he used it, it's good that.
Did it suck?
Good we have it.
It's good it was there. Yeah. Yeah.
We didn't get to be the first one.
Unless I get hit by a car, I'm gonna put the railing in out here Saturday. I'm gonna have, they don't want pour concrete on the weekend, so I'm gonna have to block off part of the parking lot someday in the future, whatever day works best for everybody.
Just make sure they ain't having a court day.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's Thursday
Check in, see what's
usually.
going on.
Yeah.
So we don't-
Yeah,
Yeah.
That'd be my biggest concern there.
yeah, maybe that next Monday I can pour the posts. How far do you want me to go? I think originally I bid it to be parallel with the front of the ambulance barn. Do you want it to extend past that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think leave it let's just go with what
What's
we
what's
have.
there,
Okay,
Yeah, let's just get her done.
because most times there's something already parked over there anyway, not people.
Yeah. and I'll need to move Janine's shed to get the backhoe in there, and dig the holes and weld everything. I'll put it back.
I'm staying out.
I'll put it back wherever you want it. I'll put it back, right there. Okay, and I'll put it,
Yeah.
you know, it's out of ways from the guardrail now. I can put it right up tight to the guardrail if you'd like. Get you an extra couple of feet.
Well, I think you wanna make sure you have room around the other side that you can walk back behind her just in case.
Okay,
Right, and that way you push that tree to kill it and stuff. And then the tree.
Yeah.
All right, too.
okay.
Alright.
Already trimmed the trees,
So you
so,
wanna get some of that shit wrapped up.
Oh, I do too.
That's
definitely.
just time, getting some better weather and now we can try to get some and we'll have to look more into this and see what it's kind of. You know, figure out what we really wanna do and how much cost and. Did you ever hear anything on the roads?
I have called a few places and no one is really available at this time,
You wanna make sure.
so we gotta get someone
That's
to come and
kind of
get.
priority, that's where the roads.
Do you want just the stairs? That's another question I have for you. Do you want the whole place, just the stairs is what we're gonna start with?
Let's get the
Okay.
stairs done. 'cause
All right.
That's the biggest concern of mine right now is like they're
Yeah.
starting to come apart and somebody looking at, yeah.
Stairs
It's been
first.
noticed and people.
Yeah,
are
there's
looking at it, So let's
But
concentrate on the stairs right now.
what you should do though is find carpet that there's gonna get a lot of, so it matches later on, all right?
Well, that's a.
Yeah.
Something that needs to discontinue.
Yeah.
I guess try to get what we can to match what we got going, you know, as close as we can with that, and let's get the stairs done.
Okay,
'Cause it's,
do you want it two-tone like that again? That's when they do come over to see or look and, you know, give us a bid on it. You want the middle like this and then the outside's a different color like this,
I don't care.
or all one color?
I just go one color.
Okay.
There's no sense of. Yeah, I just go one color and just get something that, cause it would be cheaper that way, cause you can get a whole roll and then blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but the
I
thing
just
is-
want to get it done, cause it's starting to really. Or.
Yeah.
So.
If you look at these ones though, on the each side of it though, where they got the one color, this color and the other color. They're more like a runner, because they got that double stitching or some real good stitching. Well, it needs something like that, yeah, that's what we're gonna need, is something that has heavy duty stitching on each side. And if they could go across the whole step, then we wouldn't have to have that rubber, that what I'm talking about, the runner stitching. They went all the way
Sometimes I
across.
get into, well, they have to take them little corner things out to get it over there, and I just better go with what we got, cause you start pulling that, that's a historic.
Yeah.
I'd stay with what.
Stay with
That's
it,
what I
yeah.
was,
Yeah.
I thought so, but I just checked. All right, I will call them again or call you and see if I can get somebody to come at
Put
least
this
give us a
back
bill.
on in 2 weeks, put it back on in 2 weeks, and then we'll be here, and Blanche will be here too, and then we can look over and we'll get some prices and pictures and.
You want carpeting on there too, or? Should we get it, if she gets, okay.
If I did, but then I have to
Okay.
get on it. I'll get
Follow
someone
up
over here
with
and bid.
Alright,
And that way it gives us a little time to look around stuff, and then Blanche will be back, and. Is that good with you, Blanche?
Yes.
All right, well, that sounds good, I guess we'll move on.
All right. Then with me.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, guys.
For bringing this
Thanks.
stuff up.
Yeah.
The sheriff out there?
Get back in.
Yeah, originally they had the meeting for the Flint Creek grade. Tomorrow. Yesterday they changed it to today at 1 o'clock. So I can't make it because I said I'd. You know.
Yeah, I said it'd be there.
So I can't make it.
See the sheriff. I wonder if he got pulled away.
Yeah, I'm just replying to him now.
they just at the last second changed it.
Yeah, yesterday, I didn't say it till this morning.
That's frustrating. I'd say, how about early next week?
He's got all kinds of people going there.
That seems a little fishy.
Hmm?
Seems a little fishy. He was originally gonna go up there and look at the grade with them, and they changed the time till
It's
today.
supposed to be 10 o'clock tomorrow. And then yesterday they changed it. I didn't look at it until this morning. And saw it was today.
Oh, they changed it to today?
That's a little odd.
Well, I said we usually have, my email last week to them, we usually have
A meeting.
Commission.
meeting until noon.
Oh,
And then, so then he
Okay.
switched it to.
oh, hopefully they're gonna do some more preventative work there, because
Yeah. Itchy.
Is the sheriff coming over?
I just went and he was going to, and I went and I looked around. I don't see him. I don't know if he got called out on something or.
I can text them.
Do you have any idea why he was coming in early? Before even the budget process begins
He
to discuss the budget?
does
What?
every year.
Yeah, it does every year, I think, to give you guys a heads up more than
Yeah.
anything.
You know. You better go along there. Go along there.
But it's perfectly obvious. I looked at it again. I
Where,
mean, if they can't see
where it's coming.
fractured.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
coming
was
apart,
looking at
yeah.
it when I was done.
Yeah, their engineers are blind, or they don't want to admit it. Well. But what did they spend last summer? It was multi-million.
Money wise, oh,
Yeah.
so much money. I can't remember. We have to have their proposal somewhere though, because they came in and gave it. I'd have to look back and show them the details of it.
But you know, if I was inspecting that job, and I've inspected a lot of jobs, you know, like logging and stuff. I would have been able to sleep. If I'm home.
Yeah.
Sitting down.
Yeah,
Right? Under it.
yeah. I would, yeah, I'm with you there.
Yeah.
How can you in good conscience
Yeah.
say it doesn't need done? Granted, we haven't seen what their engineers' reports are, but
Yeah.
What are you guys talking about?
Flint Creek Pass.
Flint Creek grade.
So did they come and look at it or did they?
I was supposed to meet them tomorrow at 10. And then yesterday afternoon, they changed it, and I didn't see it till this morning. They changed it till today at 1. And I'm here till 3. So I'm not gonna make it.
Gummy bear.
How are you?
So I, Chuck, is it something that you feel that maybe you should go and Scott and I'll hold up the fort, or do you want to be here?
Have the,
Or does 2 have to be in the office? Being one is
no,
zooming
you still have a quorum with you on Zoom or the phone.
No, I told them I wasn't gonna be there.
Oh.
We don't need to go.
Yeah, I guess I'd go up there.
Yeah.
For the,
I have so many.
Do we have, who else is coming?
Yeah.
Shannon.
Well, if I can get out of here, I'll just show something. And one.
That'll be even better. They won't be expecting you.
Yeah, leave a new head up there.
that's one thing you should ask for, is their engineer inspection reports up there, because what is it saying actually? Because they're saying they're doing everything that the. You hear about the meeting last meeting? Yeah, it was. Truth was spoken.
What they do.
Excuse, it was just
Hey,
excuses.
Let's go on for a second.
Take a little break. Hold on a moment.
Excuse.
Thank you.
All right, come on up, we're. I'm 1 minute late, because we're coming up for our annual slogging.
All right, but you ready for it, huh? Yeah,
I won't bite.
or you can sit at lunch, chair if you don't mind.
How are you?
Jen. Oh, well, that's exciting. Congratulations.
Is Blanche here?
Jen.
No, she's on
She's
Zoom,
on Zoom.
no,
Oh,
virtually.
here. Hello,
Hi, Blanche.
hello, how are you?
Good, so thank you guys for taking the time out of your schedules to meet with us. What I think we should do is let Shannon take over and run with the Mako renewal, and then she probably needs to get on the road to get to the next county, and then we can talk about the work comp renewal and the cyber, which is not part of the Mako program, so. Appreciate everybody. Obviously, I'm Rody Holman with Payne West Insurance. This is Lynn Thompson. You guys all know Lynn. And I just have to tell you, unfortunately, that Lynn is going to be leaving us for retirement at the end of the year. And so. But as you all know, Lynn has been a long-standing valued member of the Granite County Insurance Team. She dates back to when Rick O'Connell, his name is
Rick O'Connell before that even, I mean, so she's been a long-term staple, so we're certainly gonna miss her, but we also wish her well in her retirement, so with that, yeah, she's been an awesome team member for me and for us on this account, so we're gonna certainly miss her, but with that, I'll turn it over to Shannon and she can kind of take it from here.
They probably stuck with me for another 20 years, so. I'm Shannon Chamberlain, Trust Administrator for Mako Property Casualty Trust. Today, we're going to review the renewal effective July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. Open up your packets. The first page is just the agenda. We're going to go through each of those items as we move through the packet. Current insurance market issues. These are just some of the things that we're seeing that are causing claims to increase. So the cost of claims, which in turn is the cost of premiums as well. Social inflation, where we're seeing legislative changes, anything political, all of those things kind of play into increases, especially on the liability side. Nuclear verdicts, when we're seeing verdicts that are much higher, and settlements that are much higher than we ever could have probably even imagined or planned for. Wrongful incarceration claims that we had, 3 of them. 2 of them, the men spent 23 years in prison and they received $6 million apiece. And the other one was 19 years and he got $5 million. So we did not take those to trial. We're a little hesitant to see what a jury would award. And so we were able to get them negotiated out.
Is that Lewis and Clark County or where was that?
So the 2 men that were, the reason why that's over our $5 million limit is because there were 3 counties involved.
Okay.
Jefferson, Lewis and Clark, and Roy Valley County. And then the other one was Sanders County. That was just the lone one. Litigation funding. This is where we're seeing investment firms actually backing law firms to be able to take on a case where we can, you know, we've got your back no matter how much money it costs, because the investment firm will get a chunk of the money in the settlement.
And that's actually happening. It's happened in Montana.
It happened to us. In
It's
one of
like,
our wrongful incarceration claims.
you know, I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
Yeah, I know, I hear you. There's a lot of shysters out there.
But they're backing attorneys because they feel like if they prolong the litigation, then they're more apt to get more money. And so, you know, there's actually an investment vehicle now where people are investing in litigation so that they can try and earn a return on their capital, which just to me just is mind boggling.
Shouldn't there be a law they couldn't do that?
There sure, in my opinion.
Yeah.
There should
In
be a
my
law, yes.
opinion, there sure should be. But that's what's happening out there. If you can, and it's happened in Montana. It's here.
For Jed and Kayla to work on.
In one of the wrongful incarceration claims, there was a New York law firm or investment firm that backed a New York City attorney who contacted one of the men the day he was released from prison. And that's who he was represented by. So it's absolutely happening here, unfortunately.
Unethical as well.
And the natural disasters of course, what's causing our property rates to go up. We don't have hurricanes in Montana, but all of the billions of dollars in property losses, even the last hurricane in the southeast last year. The insurers are, they're paying out all this money, so they need to recoup their money, so everybody who has producing insurance ends up paying.
Just a quick comment on that too. It's not just the natural disasters, but it's also the reinsurance markets. So you probably just read recently where the State Farm is no longer writing homeowners policies in the state of California. That's a function of they can't get reinsurance. And I talked to a wholesale broker, a lot of Florida, if you can believe this, a lot. So these reinsurance treaties are negotiated typically on an annual basis, but always on the quarter. And the gentleman that I talked to in Nashville recently told me that he has been reading where the reinsurance market will be, the capacity will have completely dried up by October. So Florida, for example, a lot of their stuff is on a October timeframe. They might be in some serious trouble from a reinsurance standpoint. What reinsurance is a company will will insure a portion of the risk, and then they'll go out and buy reinsurance in case they get hit with the big loss. So they're not taking that whole thing. So they're hedging their bets too. And that market is drying up. So it's kind of scary. I mean, the property market is really challenging. Sorry.
No. So, and that's how we are set up as well. So we're self-insured for $500,000 for each liability claim and 100,000 in property or 250 on wind and hail claims. And then after that, we have either excess insurance or reinsurance, because we can't self-insure everything. Okay, the next page, renewal summary by line of coverage. The trustees, who are your fellow commissioners that you elect in as a membership to sit on the board of trustees, make budgeting decisions, settlement authority approvals, and they set the rates. They met in April with staff and the actuary and the broker who places the reinsurance and excess. And these are the results of the renewal. The liability at a 5% increase to the base rate. So the way the liability is calculated is every county pays the same base rate. Then it looks at your number of FTEs. Then it takes into consideration your deductible factor. Yellowstone County's deductible is $250,000 for each liability claim. Most counties is 5. So they have a different calculation. And then it looks at your experience rating. So those counties that have pages and pages and pages of years of losses are paying more than those counties who are not. The property, we left the vehicles and equipment rates the same, no changes there. Our buildings and contents rate, we did have a 15% increase there. Kind of a direct relation to what Rhodey was just talking about is what's going on in the reinsurance and everything with property. And that is on top of the inflationary factor of 6%. So every year we have to implement a 6% or an inflationary factor onto replacement value buildings just to keep them up to date. And this has usually been around 2 or 3% each year. And this last year, the excess carriers wanted us to implement a 10 to 15% increase on the inflationary factor. And we were able to negotiate this down to 6% because we just went through those appraisal processes. The boiler machinery equipment breakdown, this had a 26% increase. It's a very small, minor part of your premium in the big picture. But it's important to know that there's a 26% increase because it's directly related to our special districts, irrigation districts, water and sewer districts that were causing a lot of the losses there. Fidelity and crime, this will be our third 3-year policy. The previous 3-year policies, we've not had any increases. This year was a 7% increase. And the terrorism had no change.
And then real quick on the breakdown coverage of 26%, is that attributable to the rate or is that attributable to your increase in TIV, total insured value?
It's the rate.
It's the rate. Okay.
Yes.
Special districts, you're not insuring at all now? Is the-
Effective July 1st.
All right,
And this is a big reason for that.
okay.
And we'll talk about that a little bit more too.
Okay.
Okay, the next page is the 5-year loss ratio history for the entire pool. The top is liability, bottom is the property. You'll see that 17, 18, 19, 19 year, and do not look good. We paid out a lot more money than we collected in premium. And that is where those wrongful incarceration claims were paid. And then there's also one very large policy limits to the tort limit. Claim, but it's unresolved law enforcement sexual molestation claim out of one county with multiple claimants. And on the bottom is the property. Those loss ratios don't necessarily warrant a 15% increase. They don't look bad at all. However, the actuary and the excess carriers are looking at the market in general, and then also our current year that we're in right now, these that will show up on here next year. We had a really bad hailstorm that went Blackhead, Lake, Sanders County, and then kind of went along its way. And with millions of dollars of losses there on a hailstorm. And then we also lost a $1.4 million grandstand structure in Phillips County. Okay, the next 2 pages are a 10-year look back at the claims for the entire pool. The first one shows 50-50. That's a number of claims that we've had in the last 10 years. Roughly 50% of them are liability and 50% are property claims. The bottom chart shows the cost. 78% or 61 million is what the liability claims cost. 22% or 17 million is what the property claims cost. So you can see that the liability claims are what is costing the pool the most. The next page is 10 years of litigated claims. So any of the lawsuits that come in, we have been able to get 63% of those resolved with no indemnity. Doesn't mean it doesn't cost money to do that, but we did get them resolved and not paying anything out. And then the employment practices claims. So we changed that language in 2019, when it used to say if you didn't contact Mako before a discipline or discharge of an employee, you didn't have coverage. We changed that to be more of an incentive. So now what it states is if you call and contact Mackenzie or one of the attorneys at Mako and follow the guidance, we'll waive your deductible. Okay,
Good doing that.
Good. Next page is the renewal comparison for Granite County. This is last year's numbers when we bound the policy versus this year preliminary. They're preliminary because there could be some changes to your property schedules. The first three lines are your TIV, that's your total inventory values. Your buildings and contents are up about 5%, and that's directly related to that. With 6% inflationary factor, and that's only on the replacement value buildings. It's not your contents, that's not a whole 6% there. Your vehicles are up about 10% and your equipment is equal. So you don't have a huge increase in your values. So that's why your property isn't going up near as much as others. And so on the bottom part, the property contribution is comprised of the property loss fund, the equipment breakdown, fidelity, crime, and terrorism coverages. So your property is up to 80,000, it's about 12%. That's direct effect of the increase to the rates, and then also a little bit on your values. And your liability contribution is only up, less than 3%. And that is because you took a pretty good hit last year with the demolition derby claims that are showing up on the losses, but we don't take that into consideration every single year. It looks at your 3 years. And so overall, you're at a 5% increase about, so not terrible. It's kind of inaccurate to give you an overall average of the premium increase just because everybody's property values are all over the place, depending on what they're doing. So the average of the liability increase has been 6%. So you're below that. And that's with an equal number of employees, meaning you didn't have any increases in your budgeted estimates. Okay, the next page is the 3-year loss ratio history for just Granite County. Top is liability, bottom is the property. You are only experience rated on the liability. And the next few pages are the claims that make up those totals. Most of them are closed and most of them are from that demolition derby claim. So last year you took a pretty good increase, and so I mean that's not being taken into consideration as much this year because you have 2 other years that are good to balance that out. There are some counties that have pages and pages of claims and they are high dollar and they're getting 20% increases in their liability. So the experience rating is very important. Brings the fairness into it. Questions on the claims?
I will, I mentioned to you earlier, I will call and talk with, you said Debbie, okay, because Commissioner Adler had brought up the 2 claims that are open. One is Blaine Unite, maybe 2. Probably this one stands. This is the claim and alleging malicious prosecution.
I thought that was took care of.
It was never brought, no, it was, the letter was given to the county denied it, and there was never anything filed on it.
So would that be a closed claim then?
There must be something, because it wouldn't show up as a claim with a reserve if it wasn't something.
Looks like we have to have some expense on there as well.
Yeah, so that's most likely attorney.
But yeah, it must have been attorney's fees, but yeah, nothing was filed in the courts on that. The previous.
I'll check with Debbie.
Okay.
And the other one was just that run into the back
Well-
of the truck.
Okay, you're talking about 2021 one?
This one was 7/29/2021.
So you got the one case, you got three different deals on it. I guess that's what's.
Yeah, that's where I get mixed up, because they have the thing. and then
Yeah,
there was not ever a-
Get all like.
Yeah, so we actually, Shannon, we have, it looks, at least on this loss run Glenn pulled, we've got two entries, two different claim numbers, and one of them is closed. And then one of them is.
So there was only two claimants? Was there two people in the vehicle?
No, that was a vehicle. Yeah,
This is the.
but all those from 2021 are closed, should be closed.
Okay, I'll double check on that.
See, that's what I always asking, why on the pages is there a claim, and then you go down one more, and then there's another one that's for the same thing. Remember, I bitched bad about.
Yeah, so it's either that there's multiple claimants or there's two different lawsuits filed, going two different directions. Trying to think of an example.
Okay, and that Beavers case, there was the multiple, there wasn't two complaints, there were multiple plaintiffs.
Multiple
Plaintiffs.
Yeah. But they're both closed,
And
so I
then,
don't know what that's in.
and so when,
Oh,
well, it says open on here because these are as of December 31st. Because this is what they actually used for your experience rating. So that's why we pull these in at they're the same reports that the actuary looked at. So there's obviously been some activity since December 31st on there, but Rhodey, the ones that he went with you over with this morning are accurate. They're current. So that whenever they'll show up to date. Everything going from there.
I'll check into that. Let me let you know.
Looks like you tipped the tractor over. Try not to do that anymore. All right, the next couple pages are changes to. Okay, good. So we may just put our own policies for memorandum of coverage for liability and for property. And for the one of those changes, we make sure we let you know when it affects your coverage. And sometimes those changes are from a specific claim activity that we need to make this change in the language, or that wasn't our intent, we need to change that language, or they're pushed down from reinsurers above us. After the demolition derby claim, the reinsurer pushed down an exclusion for demolition derbies at that point. This PFAS and related chemicals exclusion is the only change to liability policy, and it's pushed from the reinsurer above. PFAS is defined midway through that first page. I can't pronounce any of those words, so we're just going to talk about what this does to your coverage. This is the forever chemicals that are in a lot of the foam fire retardant that is used. More than likely, this started because of claims in New York City and Chicago where it had huge fire structures or structures that were on fire and they had to put it out, and then that forever chemicals just goes right into the drinking water supply. So the adjusters didn't feel like this really affects your coverage because they've always had a pollution exclusion in their policy.
Out of California.
All right, then there's one or a couple changes to the property coverages. First one says automatic coverage. What this states is that you have 180 days from the date of acquisition to report your buildings, vehicles, or equipment. We don't want you to just get lax and think, okay, we have 6 months to let the agents know to put it on the schedule. Keep your same policy in place. But what this used to say was 180 days from the date of acquisition to the end of this agreement, which meant the end of the policy year. And that was never our intent. We had a claim where they purchased a vehicle the last week of June, hailstorm the first week of July, and hadn't made it because of the holidays and everything, and hadn't made it. So
that was never our intent on this, so we changed that. So you do have 6 months. It's a good idea, especially with your vehicles and equipment, to maybe pick 2 times a year that you're gonna review your schedules to make sure you're not missing anything.
And these, Granite County's been pretty good about letting us know. I mean, sometimes, you know, it's in other counties, I know that it's been like pulling teeth to get them to submit, but Granite County for the most part has been pretty good. I think, would you agree with that as far as adding new stuff? Yeah.
Very good. All right, and the other changes, the vehicle and watercraft moved to a separate policy. So it used to be vehicles and watercraft were in the big NOC. And this year, some of the excess carriers were not going to cover over the road coverage for physical damage. Meaning when you're driving down the road and you hit something like a deer, you don't have coverage. Didn't make sense for us, so we moved them to a separate policy. Same self-insured retention for the pool, your deductible stays the same and your coverage stays the same. There was a wildfire exclusion in this policy. The trustees understand that in Montana, we have a lot of fire trucks and a lot of volunteer fire departments. And we need coverage on wildfires, so they will voted to self-insure any wildfire, as long as the vehicle is on the schedule and you're paying premium on it, then there's coverage for it.
So did you have to go buy an auto PD policy?
Yeah, that's what this is. It's, so before we did this, Sheridan Laird.
Property. It was.
Well,
before it
before
was
we
under
did
the
this,
property.
before we did the Sheridan Laird program, when we were with Travelers wouldn't cover the auto, and so we'd have a separate.
When you're talking about the fire trucks actually owned by the county versus the
Yes.
district, special district. area.
Districts need to have their
Yeah.
own coverage if
Yeah,
they own.
county here doesn't own the
Okay.
actual equipment. So.
Which carrier did you place the auto PD coverage with?
It's Burlington. Okay, the next page shows the loss ratios for the special districts. This is why the trustees decided in November that we will no longer be issuing policies to the special districts. Their losses were getting worse and worse. And we increased their premiums by 20% for 3 years in a row and still didn't get anywhere with that. So what we were seeing happening, we had quite a few really large special districts. A couple of them had over $500,000 in premium, which is more than some of our counties, or most of our counties. And so we were seeing them leave. They were going and finding coverage, taking their $500,000 in premium and there are no losses and leaving us with the bad ones. So that's why the trustees made that decision in November.
We gave notice to all our special districts. Your own insurance.
Yeah, so we sent notice via email and hard copy to the districts in November and a follow-up in March. And we also sent it to the agents and to the commissioners as an FYI. You're not responsible for finding their coverage, but sometimes they'll come to you thinking that it's your fault. So we want to let you know. Right, then a quick overview of the risk management services that are provided by Mako PCT. These are what you got as being a member of the pool. Dan O'Malley is our public safety risk manager. He was part of the implementation of the Lexipol law enforcement policies and procedures. This is a software-based program that we purchased for the entire state. And your county and your sheriff has been great on board on this. And then do you guys have a detention center here, jail at all?
Yes. Right across the street.
How many beds?
There are.
8?
No.
So it's not a huge.
It's a small jail.
Okay. All right, so we're bringing the peer review program for the detention centers in-house. So we'll have a little bit more control and structure over this, that organization or it used to be a contracted employee that we funded through MSPA, the Montana Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association. And this is going to be much better. It'll be a full-time employee.
Stay out of it.
Okay, Mackenzie McCarthy is our general counsel. She's the one you want to give a call to for anything human resource assistance and discipline or discharge. Use her guidance. She's there as a free resource.
She can also give you guidance on local government law. We do want you to contact your county attorney first, but she can help with some of that and actually work with the county attorneys as well.
We got that down.
Yep. And she can also do HR trainings either on a regional or individual county basis. So we have, once in a while, there's a county who says, we need help. We need all of our departments, our department heads to attend a meeting. She's had it before where everybody in the county had to attend in one day. It was 2 sessions and just a matter of getting kind of on track. Depends if you're having HR issues or not. Karen Alley is our Associate General Counsel. For years, we contracted with Tara DePoy for the land use and subdivision guidance. And she is going to be, she wanted to ease out of the position. So her contract is up at the end of June. We hired Karen a year and a half ago to work under Tara. She's been working with her and got thrown into the legislative session and there were quite a few things going on with the land use there. So she can also do some regional or individual county trainings as well.
Yeah, we've talked to her,
Okay.
yeah.
Nancy Eberson is a new governmental finance director. This is a new position within MACO. And so Nancy spent 26 years as the financial officer for Lewis and Clark County. She is now a resource to you. Any questions you have on budgets and any finance guidance you need there. Can we move money from here to here? Can we spend money over here that we don't have here, but it's supposed to be there? You know, those types of things. So
Some of them grants, stuff that you can do.
yes, the ARPA funds and everything, yeah. And then she'll be taking over the internal control training as well. The cybersecurity program, Carly King is working on trying to figure out what we can do better on the IT side of things. So this is not your cyber liability, where he's going to review that with you. This is just the cybersecurity training program. It's your, it's been a software-based training. So she's asked me to ask everyone who your IT vendor is.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, and then in-house claims administration, in-house defense counsel, those are both number saving benefits for you. And then the Origami policy and claims software, there is a member portal access with this. So this is where we house all of our underwriting and our claims information and the property schedules. You can have, or you can appoint somebody in the county to have access to that. You won't be able to change anything. Only the agents can make changes, but you can go in and look. If you would like that access, you can just contact Bonnie. And the last page, you're more than likely already completed this. It's just a reminder to review your property schedules. Like I said, every 6 months might be a good idea. Looking at the vehicles and equipment. This is you signing off that you reviewed, your agent reviewed.
We went through that process recently, not too long ago. There were actually, there were a couple discrepancies between, even though we cleaned it up last year, there were a couple discrepancies between what you had and what we had in our system, and we
got it all
cleaned
cleaned
those
up.
up, yeah, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any questions? Oh, was it so bad? You're gonna welcome me back better next time.
No, you did good.
Honestly, when this is the first time I've seen this, the 5% to me is pretty remarkable in the market that we're in right now. It's
Yeah.
really,
We take this gift along across the board.
yeah.
We've had such.
So is that the increase then 5%? Okay. I don't have these papers in front of me, so.
Sorry about that.
Okay, great.
It's like 5.07%, Blanche.
Okay.
And you need to know next month or so, or what's the deadline, or right away?
As
As far as renewal.
Yeah.
Before the first of the year,
Okay.
or before the first.
Actually,
of
let's do it before the first.
End of June,
July.
So, yeah, 1st of July is when. Yeah, so unless we hear from you that you want to leave the pool. That's
It's a
30
default,
days.
yeah.
You have 30 days from today
Uh,
to
well,
give notice of that.
I don't think there's any plan.
But so otherwise you don't have to do anything. We'll just
Okay.
automatically bind at the end of June and
Okay.
send the information. Your invoice. will-
Okay, so what I'm suggesting is because we have it on the agenda now, and I don't think we really can be going and searching for any different insurance company. Right now, I would make a suggestion or make a motion that we accept your proposal, because it does say discussion and decision, and why wait a month or a couple of weeks when we can decide today?
I agree with you, get it over, done and over, and it's out of the way.
Yes,
Are you gonna make the motion, Lance?
yes, I will make the motion that we accept your percent increase of 5 point, what was it?
Or seven?
I didn't write that down. Yep. I make that motion.
I second it.
Public comment? Being none, all in
Elena.
favor? Oops,
Elena.
oops, sorry. Elena?
Thank you, Elena Gagliano, for the record. I was just wondering, this is the insurance over the county property, right?
Correct?
Okay, and just for clarification, regarding the hydroelectric plant and the dam, are both of them covered under this policy?
There's no property coverage for the dam, and the liability would be through errors and omission for the county commission.
Yes, and there are some county-owned buildings in
Sure.
the.
There, yeah, the buildings there by the hydro plant are covered, but yeah.
And I believe we split that out on the invoice.
But the dam itself, that's liability, nothing for the dam? I mean, if it breaks, let's say?
Who's the company?
Flicker Hydro.
Yeah, they carry that.
Yeah, but there's coverage for the county commission errors and omissions, so.
Okay, I don't understand, but thank you.
Anything else? Well, thank you so much. All in favor?
Aye.
Very fast.
Yeah. Thank you for your continued support and membership. Did they already do this? You probably already did that. If not, Lon will let you know, but we send that out in December to the agents. All right,
Thanks.
thank you. Get going.
Have a good day.
Thanks.
Safe travel, safe.
Can I go ahead with this one?
Ours is the president. We're gonna grab some. Thank you.
Okay, so what you have before you now is a summary of the workers' compensation and the cyber coverage summary. As you know, last year, Mako pulled cyber coverage from its program, and so we had to go out into the marketplace and buy that separately for the benefit of the county. And then, of course, 2-3 years ago, they disbanded their workers' compensation program. So what you have before you is both of those two coverage forms. So this one represents a policy term for, actually, this is the first page is the current program, right, Lynn?
Yes.
The current program of 7/1/2022 to 7/1/2023. It shows the estimated annual payrolls, it shows the base rate, and it shows the estimated annual premium within each of the respective class codes. And then on page 3, with the fees and assessments, etc., it rolls up to a total estimated annual premium of $52,088. So that was last year. So what you have is just a year-over-year comparison. Note that the experience mod last year was 1.09. And this year it has dropped. That's a good thing, but as I mentioned to the commissioners this morning, we do have that indemnity claim that's on the policy that will hit in a subsequent term. So that will likely jack your experience mod up a little bit. So for the term 7/1/2023 to 7/1/2024, you've got your estimated payrolls, your base rates, and then your estimated annual premiums within each of the respective class codes. We did have an increase in payroll. Slight increase, but note that the experience mod is at 0.74, so that's a nice move, but again, it's going to be a little bit short-lived because of that indemnity claim. So the net effect is the workers' comp premium renewal came in at 57,870 for next year. Anybody have any questions on that? I will tell you as well that the Montana State Fund has changed its dividend policy. They had new leadership. Lanny Hubbard was the CEO, and he's retired, and they brought in a lady by the name of Holly Odell, and she's the new CEO, and she came from Oregon, and her position is a little bit different on the dividends, and depends on which way this cuts for you. It could be a good thing. Historically, it was always loss sensitive. So if an insured had a decent loss ratio, they could be eligible for a dividend. And some years you would get one, and some years you wouldn't, depending on your particular loss ratio for that particular year. Holly has implemented a change, and so last year the dividend policy changed, and everybody got a dividend that was a policy holder, irrespective of your loss ratio. So, like I said, depends on which end of the spectrum you're on. If you had a good loss ratio year for the policy period that was awarded a dividend last year, you were upset because you would have probably gotten a higher dividend. But if you had a bad loss ratio, you still got a dividend. So it's just a different change in philosophy. So dividends, of course, cannot be guaranteed. They're just not, it's just not something that they do. But they've got a pretty darn good track record of offering dividends over the history of the last 20 plus years. So any questions on the work comp? Okay. The next page is, and I want to thank Billy for all her help in getting this application wrangled together, because it's some of the questions that are on a cyber application are very technical in nature. I'm learning more and more about cyber every day, but I'm not an expert. It's more of an IT area. But nonetheless, we were able to secure coverage again with the coalition, with the aggregate policy limit of $1 million, third-party coverages, network and information security liability of $1 million, regulatory defense and penalties of $1 million, multimedia content liability of $1 million, and payment card institute fines and assessments of $1 million. All of those have a retention of $25,000. The first party coverages, breach response of $1 million, crisis management, public relations $1 million, cyber extortion is at $1 million, and then business interruption and extra expense at 25. The digital asset restoration is at $1 million. Funds transfer fraud is at 250. So the net effect is the premium came in at 11,148. And I think that's pretty close to where it was last year as well. So cyber is starting to I don't want to say soften, because that's too much of a word. But we're starting to see more capacity enter into the marketplace a little bit. There was a big pucker factor from a cyber insurance standpoint a couple of years ago, and so we're starting to see, like on my school program that I have last year, I was basically had one carrier that said this is as good as it's going to get, take it or leave it. And I cast a wide net. I went to 40 or 50 different carriers, and this year I was able to get multiple offerings. So what I take out of that is just anecdotally, the market is easing a little bit, so that's good. But obviously, I would encourage you to follow all of your appropriate cyber protocols. Offline and air-gapped backups are critical, and the reason for that is you don't want them attached to your system, because if you do get a bad actor that comes in, they attack your system, but then they also attack your backup, and then you're rendered, in real trouble. So, you know, obviously the cybersecurity protocols that I'm sure your IT contractors helping you with, I think
Yes.
all of those are really important to continue to and take it seriously. It's a big deal. A lot of people say, well, you know, nobody's gonna attack small Granite County, but we see small school districts get attacked. And it's really what they're doing is they're broadcasting the means by which to try and attack, and they're doing it to every email that they ever come across. So they're actually, and then if they see a vulnerability, then they're putting that aside and they could come back to it. So if you had a vulnerability, they could, you know, the hacker might hit you on, or at least attack the system on a certain date, but not come back and do anything with it for 6 months. So that's really critical, but that's what they're doing is they're hitting so many emails, and if they can get in, depending on how much they can exploit it, they could exploit it today, or they could put it aside, and when it gets slow, they'll come back and do it in 6 months. It's just, there's no rhyme or reason to it, but.
And it's not like they were showing you on TV that it's this, you know, dark, some kind of dark, or the person in the hoodie doing this. This is a big business. I mean, they've got office buildings, they've got everything. Supervisors, you bet it's big business.
It is, it really is. So anyway, any questions on the cyber? Okay.
It is.
So that's all I have.
Thank you very much. I don't have no question. You got any, Blanche?
No, on this site, on this work comp and stuff, is that isn't a annual renewal thing, is it? Or is that included with the
It is not.
renewal rates?
It's separate.
Yeah, Blanche, I'm not sure, you probably recall that Mako a few years ago wrote the workers' compensation. And then a couple of years ago, they pulled out of that market. And so that's when we had to call an audible and go to a different carrier, and the Montana State Fund put a program together. And the Granite County is dividend eligible for that program as well, so.
On cyber, the same thing last year. And cyber, they pulled out
Right.
cyber last year.
So just need a motion on it.
Entertain a motion.
Saying what?
Approve the workers' compensation coverage and cyber insurance coverage.
So I make a motion to approve the workers' compensation coverage and the cybersecurity coverage.
Right. Do I have a second?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, any public comment? Being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And she voted.
Oh,
I don't know if Blanche
yeah,
voted.
she said.
Oh, did she? Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Good.
I also have your auto ID cards, so I guess give those to Billy for distribution.
Thanks,
Okay,
thank you.
there you go.
She'll distribute them out and be good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate everything. Thanks again for your support, and we look forward to working with you. Continuing to work.
Hold on.
No, hate it when I don't see you. You don't really make that.
Congratulations.
I know you're gonna come back
good.
with spoken of party.
New team member.
Yes, I do. Big shoes to fill though. She's done an awesome job.
Yeah, there's a lot of experience there. How many years?
Well, I'm going to, because I decided to just let go when my insurance license expired, so that's January 31st. But if I were to go a few more months, I would have been at 30 years.
All right, so
Wow.
we'll call it 30.
Close enough.
That's right.
Really appreciate
Okay.
Yeah.
I just love doing it. In fact, there were sad years we couldn't meet, and we had COVID and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
it.
Well, thank you.
Have a safe.
I'm not gonna be like Mike though.
George,
I'm gonna. continue
George,
to go on.
Yeah.
it's good to see you guys. Thank you. Good to see you. You take care. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll be
Take care,
around the rest
Bob.
of the year, Billy.
I'll see you at the
Okay,
question.
thank you.
All right.
Lunch break, kind
Yeah.
of short, okay.
Adjourning for break lunch.
Okay.
I make Glenn said that you can't really hear me, so I'll make or say it a little louder. We're adjourning for lunch.
Thank you.
She said it's kind of baffled in there. so-
Don't you have one of the mics over there? No, that's. it.
No, just right here. I can move it over there, but then.
Yeah, I just got
Projecting
stuck up
out.
and in like when we shut down for, right there and go off, I gotta say it a little louder.
Yeah, because it'll be on this phone too. I'll move it.
I'll make sure. Thank you, everybody.
Well, I guess I'll
Thank
take.
you.
Give me a holler. Which part of this do we close?
So when we get to the scope of services.
Okay, I gotta make sure you remind me, would you?
All right, you guys are on and ready to go.
Ready? What do you think?
You know, not much lately. Right?
Well, we'll go ahead and get started with the work session, Granite County ADLC Public Health Contract. Portions of this agenda item will to be closed to discuss personal.
So I don't know when that will come up. I'm looking through, just a couple of things. But it is Anaconda Lodge. I think probably performance schedule and county assistance, actually.
Okay, I'll put a mark by there and then
Okay,
we get to there, we'll.
sounds good.
Okay, so we might as well just start right there at the front.
Perfect. So the only changes at the front really are, taking out that I was interim public health director and changing the date. And on to page 2, the required worker product. The one thing that I did want to talk about is that third paragraph on the page that says, except as stated otherwise in Exhibit A. The county retains all statutory responsibilities and duties related to communicable disease control identified in MCA sections as listed and applicable Montana administrative rules. So that part pretty much says that the Board of Health is responsible for the mitigation of the spread of communicable disease in the county. And we do most disease investigation, all that kind of good stuff. The state has, amounts of time that are, that we need to report communicable diseases by, depending on I think COVID is 7 days now, whereas anthrax is immediately, right? So we have a list of things of when they have to be reported. The thing that we're running into, and that I want to be clear with everyone, is we cannot handle communicable disease things outside of on a Thursday at 10 o'clock at night, or a Saturday or something like that. And so I think as we get into the scope of service, that's something that maybe we can talk about with all of the people that are involved, maybe how we can make sure that coverage is still there. But that it can be deferred to be something that we can handle during business hours. Yeah. And so the biggest thing that I just want to make sure is that Anaconda Deer Lodge County is not assuming the liability of the Montana code, essentially, that still lies with the Board of Health.
Did you?
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Lance, do you have anything on that? Any questions?
No,
Okay.
I don't.
So what was the thought on FAP, to do a different contract or not do FAP?
So I think we'll get into
Oh,
that.
okay,
as we
that's
get
later.
into it,
All right.
Yeah. So now is when I think we'll probably get into, oh, sorry.
I don't know, what Ricky wanted. Anyway, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So now we're entering into that fourth one, which is I think when we'll start talking about personnel, so.
Okay, so we're gonna close this because it's a personal talk.
Personnel matter.
Yeah, personnel matter.
Okay, hold on, give me a
You-
second.
So, did you want me to dial in?
Yep, if you
Yeah,
wanna
please.
call in.
Okay.
Now you're back on.
Well, we're back on now. We were talking about a contract and some personal stuff, so that's why we went off there.
Maybe because changes to the proposed public health service contract would be summarized.
You wanted to say that?
I actually prefer somebody else.
All right, so
I get thanks.
a little background, the county's been contracting, Granite County's been contracting with Anaconda Deer Lodge County to provide public health services and FEP services. The new proposed contract would be for providing 15 hours a week for public health nurse services, program reporting and management for maternal child health and immunization programs, managing and supervising Anaconda Deer Lodge employees performing work in Granite County, Area 5 public health nurse consultation, and coordinating with Granite County Public Health Assistant to provide services to ensure program reports are filed. And that they would not be responsible for supervising county employees, any financial reporting and management of contracts, and then statutory duties under Montana Code 50-2-116, 50-2-118. They would not provide 24/7 on-call responsibilities. And so this would, and then the contract is basically 50,000 less than last year's, because it would not do FEP potentially, and that there'd be less hours.
Thank you.
That
That's it.
I'm using your.
Well, I think we'll put it, table it back on until we can make the decision. Like, do you think next week's too soon?
Talking to me?
Yeah. Sorry. Plan size just, yeah. I just think we need to table this for next week and then that way, cause it's getting down to the end of the month and then. Just make a discussion decision. Now that
Whatever you guys decide, yeah.
we'll put it on the agenda for next week.
Okay, so here's the thing if you want to decide today. Okay, you're saying we're saving, but I don't know. Yeah, I think, I don't know what I think. I just really kind of didn't really get a chance to see exactly what the changes were going to be. So there was really no history or no.
This was just to be a work session, not a decision today, I think was the thought.
Yeah, there wasn't gonna be no decision today. This is just to bring it to our attention, what they're proposing and what we can make work and so we can move on.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I think now that we know for sure just exactly what they're asking, maybe have some research on it and table it until next week.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks.
Have a good day.
Yeah, you guys too.
Okay, well, we're gonna move on, we're.
Elena has a comment.
Oh, whoops. Go ahead, Elena.
Thank you. I know this is a work session and thank you for taking my question or comment. What's online is, I guess, the one from July 2022. And I saw Blaine going over the proposed changes to this. And I was just wondering, when you have it on the agenda for next week, can we see the changes highlighted or a draft copy so we can follow it and everybody can follow it? Because it was a little hard just going down, saying what the changes were and proposals and stuff like that. It's just a suggestion. Thank you.
And thank you. All right, we're gonna move on. You guys, Town of Phillipsburg Chair. You want a law enforcement agreement?
I'm going.
Good, good.
You got. Well, Councilman White here,
State your name. please.
Jason White, Councilman Jason White for Town of Phillipsburg, sorry.
Councilman John McGay, Town of Phillipsburg.
Thank you.
So we were up here last week, Blanche gave us some numbers to go down and take to our council. It was for the fiscal year of 24 to increase 5%. And then after that, they asked, the county asked for 3.5 for the next 3 years after that. So I presented it to the town council last Tuesday night, and after a quick debate, they decided to go ahead and they approved the 5% for the next fiscal year. But then for the next 3 years after that, they didn't really quite agree with the 3.5%. They wanted to drop it to 3%.
To do what? I missed that.
They wanna drop it, they'll go with the 5% for next year, and then the 3, they wanna drop it down to 3%, instead of 3.5.
3%. I think that that's fair.
Yeah, I'm good with it, just so we, get it done and move on.
Yeah, I think 3.5, yeah, it would be, it would help, but 3% knowing where they're coming from, yeah, I think I would agree to the 3. The 5 and then the 3 for the next 3 years. Is that okay with you, Chuck? I mean, Chuck isn't there. Is that okay with you, Scott?
Yeah, I agree with you. I was the one that threw the 3.5 out because I was just worried with fuel insurance and all that, but at the 0.5, I'm good with 3%, just if we're working together and we don't, I'm good. So,
Okay.
We don't have a final version of the agreement done, but I'll work on it and then could
okay.
sign it next week. Could that work? We can get it to you.
Sign it next week.
Yeah.
And discussion.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We, it was an unanimous vote too, so everybody on, so basically the only thing we're changing on agreements numbers. And,
okay. You
everything else, nobody had any issues with anything else. It was just-
Thanks.
We're just talking numbers, so that's
Alright.
pretty.
All right.
So,
We'll put this on the agenda for final
Signatures?
discussion decision.
So the commission sounds like we'll approve it next week, and then you guys would have it on your agenda here later in the month, or when would it be on?
Well, our next scheduled meeting is next week. I don't know if you could.
So what day?
That was
Tuesday.
Okay,
20,
so
yeah,
we can get you we can get a signed agreement, or if you're up here, you can get it then, or we could bring it down.
We'll put it for in the morning so we can get it done right away, and then one of you can come up here.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and then we can just, we'll you guys approve it, and then we'll approve it that night. We'll be done. Yeah.
Cool.
So
That sounds good.
I got numbers here. If you guys wanted to see kind of the rough numbers I got, are you guys good with that?
I think we're good. We're on there.
So can I get a copy of it?
Yeah, so this is what, in my math, but
Okay,
that's what.
well, I'll have Sarah look at it and do a schedule that will attach to the.
So that's
agreement.
That's what we've been
Okay.
playing with. So I have a bunch of what we've been talking about a couple of weeks on there, but those are roughly the numbers I got out of my calculation stuff.
Another question. not on the agenda, but you guys were looking at the lease for the solid waste side, or have you talked about that in your council meeting?
That got approved last week.
It's approved.
Yeah.
Okay, all right,
Everything, all the changes that were done and all that. We
We'll put
Okay.
that on next week too at the same time.
excellent,
Yeah.
all right, make it better.
Yeah, yeah.
So, okay.
No reason.
Just need some-
Yeah, well, I agree.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Yeah, no, pretty simple stuff. Yeah, anyways, so
All righty.
that's where we sit on
I'm
that.
gonna go make.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
yeah,
guys.
yeah.
Have
Yeah,
a
have a
good
good
day.
day.
Thanks.
All right,
So I need to may I make another comment here? When Billy's on the phone, I can hear her on the phone, and then there's several different conversations and I can't really, it's just like garbled. So just to note that when Billy answers the phone when we're in session, you can hear it on Zoom and it's confusing.
All right, I'll make sure.
Okay, just so that you understand that when Billy got on the phone, I couldn't hear in the background, you guys were discussing and I kind of missed it, but we'd already decided on the 5 and the 3, so. Anyway, just so you know,
All right, well, thank you.
just so you
Thanks.
know.
Okay, so we're gonna, go ahead, Elena. Sorry, you guys. I caught them before they left.
Okay, I assume everybody left already, and so I didn't hear public comment, but that's fine. We're still in that period. Blanche mentioned something that Commissioner Hinkle wasn't there. And in the beginning this afternoon, there was no a reference to him being gone. And the reason, I assume he's up at Flint Creek, but there was no statement before this afternoon started, so I was just wondering. But thank you, Blanche, for bringing that up, that he wasn't there. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
That wasn't for you, guys. That's all it means.
This time we are.
He does.
Have a good afternoon.
It just goes after me all the time. About the doctor say shop was heavy, but I thought we were still on when he was talking about it, and he thought he would go up. Cause I told him we better call him and see where they were, and Bill even said, that way at least you'll be there, and
Yeah.
so I think it is on a minute. So,
Okay, so what I heard is that he'd already canceled it. And so, because when they told him that it was gonna be there today, and he said he couldn't because he was in session this afternoon, and then when I suggested that maybe he should go anyway, and you and I would be there, Scott, and
Yeah.
he said, well, he'd already canceled it. That's the last I heard anything.
and then he did say that he was gonna go, so I don't know.
But we
if he-
didn't hear that.
Okay, he
You
said it
didn't-
right after, so must not, yeah, I must not have said it loud enough.
Sorry about that.
Well, and that's the thing, okay, just one more, that's the thing where when he says that, maybe Scott, you can say, okay, Chuck's not gonna be here because he is going to go to that meeting. Because I didn't know either.
My bad,
You're bad.
yeah. All right.
But I love you.
2023-8, resolution amending county resolution 23-3 and setting and cost incarceration rate and daily rate of credit from July 1st, 23 through the end of 23. This is first reading. Doesn't the state set this for the price, or Scott goes by that, the figure that they come up with
We got more money.
every year?
Yeah, so this is the first time in a long time they've increased it. This resolution is more for the credit that if inmates serve a day and then are credited for their against their fine, that's what it will be. But this is what the state pays the county. If say there's a DOC inmate in the county jail, that they would pay that.
Okay. So it's just the first reading, so
Right. Okay,
I guess we'll move on. Oh, any public comment on that? Come on up. You.
As a fun side note, Jared went up, opened the gates a little bit more and outflow is up to 98, so
Oh, cool.
we're good.
Yeah, he called me and I was getting answered.
Yeah,
He did at length, said he had something for you, so.
yeah. I think I texted, I don't know.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and jump into the chain of title matters. Regarding Drummond site discussion decision. You state your name and stuff, David, please.
Gail Leeper, Mayor Drummond. Jen Leon, the town attorney.
Okay, bye.
I don't have any. What do you guys have? Someone tell us what you got.
So Hans went down and looked at did the corner recordations down there. The certificate of survey 461 is off from the deed.
I don't know if that's the one I have.
Yeah,
I just have that latest one, yeah, that.
Oh, I don't have the latest one.
Or no, here, this one I have.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So it's not really an issue with chain of title, it's an issue with that survey is what it appears.
That's the one I posted.
The certificate of, okay, it was COS 436 is the one that he said is varies in the description from the one book 35 page 361.
Yeah.
Okay, question, do you have the deeds and stuff handy where I don't see them? I know on the one deed coming from the mayor and from the Drummond treasurer secretary. What certificate of survey reference did they use on that one? Is that the one that's in question?
381. The one that Ant said had an issue was 436.
Okay, so the deed, it was deeded to Granite County in COS 381. Is that correct? That deed?
The deed was, yeah, roll 35, page 150.
Yeah, and it was deeded with COS 381.
Yes.
Okay, so, and you're saying there's an issue with COS 438,
436.
That's
or 436.
the Thomas.
Okay.
Deed to the county.
Is there another deed that references 436?
Yeah, it's a quick claim.
To say that again?
It's a quick claim deed between Granite County and Thomas Lumber. That references 436.
Okay, so that was that little hunk at the very end that. And then what did Thomas Lumber do with that? Did they deed it to
Deeded it to the county.
the town of Drummond? They did Thomas Lumber that bottom part?
Well, track 2 of certificate of survey number 436 was quick claimed between Thomas Lumber and Granite County.
Okay, so there's discrepancy in that, 436.
That's what Hans found, yes.
Okay, so what 436, what is that saying that what Thomas Lumber deeded to Granite County was not the actual legal description?
It was, yeah, Hans is saying it was off a little bit. He said it roughly compares. This was his language. He said if Drummond wants ownership of the land east of the midsection line, then a quick claim from Granite County to Drummond for track 2 of COS 436. If Granite County wants ownership of land east of the midsection line, then Drummond could quick claim the land described on book 35, page 361 to Granite County. The legal descriptions of track 2 of COS 436 and book 35, page 361 of the deed are slightly different but cover roughly the same area. The possession line follows the track 2 COS 436. His suggestion is a quitclaim deed. Clears it up.
Okay, quitclaim deed coming from. To whom?
Well,
Clears it up.
one party or the other,
What party needs to deed to whom?
well, I think the county wants ownership, right? Clear ownership of it all.
Well, I don't know. Did we say we wanted ownership of it all?
Well, and looking at the history, that was what the history shows of it. But
Well, yeah, when we were looking at it, there was,
yeah,
we didn't have a clue. And then looking at that, the deed,
After 436,
yeah,
which this is.
deed
track-
would,
One at a time. Go ahead, Blanche.
well, I'm just saying the deed that deeded to Granite County from COS 381, does that encompass anything that was on the COS 436? Do you see what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
what-
Billy just went and is taking my stack to get copies of them.
So what does Drummond want to do? What do you want to do, town of Drummond?
Well, we need to know I want to see it on the map, what the little discrepancy is. Is it like somewhere right here on this borderline? Is that my understanding, Blaine? Because this is the piece that the town deeded to Granite County. This is 381 right here. This is 436. Is it somewhere right here?
That's what, yeah, that's what I assume. I haven't. Hance would probably go down with this. Maybe that's what we need to do. And
Well, it would be
look at it.
good to
Yeah, I
see
think so.
physically
Yeah.
see what we're
Yeah.
talking about.
Well, I don't have those deeds in front of me or those copies in front of me,
Well, and
but I
that's what-
remember looking at it.
Yeah.
I remember looking at it and then looking on the cadastral and the little funky do piece that they've got sitting out there for the dump site. And they've got ownership as the town of Drummond, looks to me like the COS 381. And then that almost like a tip triangle type thing that went to Thomas Lumber. And then Thomas Lumber turned around and deeded it back.
I don't think the town of Drummond and Thomas's ever. I mean, we have record in minutes where they didn't want to do anything with Thomas. That is specifically stated. So that's where we were confused of what.
Okay,
piece,
you have minutes and you have records that say you didn't want to deed it to Granite County. But did you look at that deed that actually does deed it?
That's not what I said. I said we didn't want to do any business with Thomas Lumber.
Oh, is that what was in your minutes?
Yes.
Okay,
I
all right,
think
sorry.
what would be good is having Hance go down and we see it on the ground.
Absolutely.
And then also on just a great big Granite County map. Pointed out to me. That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, hope he walks through it with it down there, then you
Yeah.
can see it.
Yeah,
But then put it on a map and then we can compare the survey maps to the big map
Yeah, there is
to
a,
make sure.
there
yeah.
just isn't something right about it. Do you know what I mean? That's what that, I'm saying that there's just.
yeah.
So does a town own a piece or do they not own a piece up there? That's all. I'm saying.
Well, I think what happened is when you look at it, look to the Department of Revenue. Because they still have ownership of that whole piece of property to you, the town of Drummond. And clearly, if you go back into the clerk and recorder's vault you can look at the chain of title and see just how that chain of title came across, where indeed the piece that is on the cadastral was deeded to Granite County with the COS 381. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yes.
Not having it in front of me?
I think what happened is there wasn't a transfer of real estate done, a certificate of transfer of real estate. Cause that, when Department of Revenue gets that, then they'll switch the ownership.
But yeah,
Yeah.
but there,
Yeah, we're not
Okay.
disputing the deed. I
I'm
gotta-
gonna dispute that because the RTC comes across with the deed and the clerk and recorder's office pretty much is staunch in making sure that an RTC is attached to the deed.
yeah, there's a lot of
So,
errors on Department of Revenues.
Yeah, I'm saying the Department of Revenue, and I'm gonna bank on that
So,
just
Uh-huh.
because.
I think the best interpretation would happen is that survey was mistaken. But that's just the assumption. Yeah,
Disputing the
Yeah.
deed.
Okay,
yeah.
and I'm gonna say may I say one more thing? Then I'll shut up. There's a lot of surveys in that vault that the survey have been off just a hair. And there's a lot of surveys in there that the surveyor actually didn't do the correct homework or just missed meets and bounds or something.
Takes
So,
two fingers, but that appears to be what happened, but.
yeah,
maybe assumption.
And that,
so, oh, go ahead, sorry.
that's whatever, we just need to see it on the ground, see where we're at with it, if there's a piece that the town has, then they take it to the council, and then we go, we have to get this cleared up. Is all, I mean, it's
Yeah.
just, it's bad
Getting to
record
the
keeping. You
It-
know,
how big did Hans say this little piece of property was?
Not very much.
Yeah.
Less than an acre?
How much?
Less than an acre.
Less than an
Yeah,
acre?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but having them down there to confirm that too, yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Us talking to Hans and seeing when coming back to you on when the time works, is that?
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it can.
We just
Yeah,
wanna
I
see.
think this can be
what it-
cleared up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're not disputing that
Right.
by any means.
Okay.
Well, and we're not, and the Granite County isn't disputing ownership or this or that. We're just we came across this because we assumed, okay, half was yours and half was ours. That's what we assumed because clearly, the Department of Revenue dropped the ball, and what you see on the cadastral is not what is there is. And if it's a simple, just meets and bounds little scribble, like Blaine says, a quick claim deed would cover that.
Mhm.
Take
it'd
care of
be
it for
done.
future, get it cleared up now, we'll take care of it for future generations to. they don't have to-
Yeah,
or have the-
Well, and then the second part of this is back when the town transferred that to Granite County. What our minutes reflect is that the town wouldn't have to pay dumping ever for that transfer of property. And then they accepted half of the liability they said there was a seepage problem up at the landfill. So we just want to make sure that is still in place.
so that was in your minutes or was it? Okay,
We've done a search through Granite County Commissioner minutes and nothing is in there other than Mark Ransford and June Bowles came to a commissioners meeting and brought it up. We don't see
It's like
anything
we-
else than that. And Gail and I separately have searched the minutes and there just isn't anything there.
And the deal.
Those minutes are very clear.
And so is Linda has looked
Yeah.
for it, you know, so what's hard is there's no minutes at the county level, but there are.
So. If it came down to a quick claim deed, then it could be put in that quick claim deed. The reversion,
Either that or we can do a memorandum of
Yeah, either
understanding.
way,
and
yeah.
put the
Yeah.
trench of the little
Yeah.
sliver
So-
of property would be a quick
if it's
claim.
if it's in that recorded quick claim deed as well, then have it
Yeah.
recorded,
Well, you
but
could
yeah,
record the
yeah,
MOU.
yeah.
You can record the MOU and the quick claim deed
Yeah.
at the same time. I think that's really important to have that now.
okay.
Because there was some question if you guys wanted to start charging the town for dumping over a certain amount. And I think this disputes any kind of a charge to the town. So I'm gonna give these to you, Blaine.
Oh.
They're copies of our minutes and then also, well, they're
Yeah.
right here,
All right.
but, and I've
I
highlighted,
kind of agree with
but there's copies for everybody on your side of our minutes and then the minutes that showed from Granite County that Mark Ransford and June Bowles spoke to the commissioners. So,
Okay, if I may make one more comment, and this is just. Okay, when we decided this, when we looked at this, and when we're looking at what the solid waste fees are, and they're astronomical, and you're looking at. And this was mainly because of the town of Phillipsburg and the tourism in the town of Phillipsburg. I'm not sure what the tourism is in the town of Drummond. Or what it costs to, and so we did research on what was being dumped, and so not necessarily addressing this to the town of Drummond, that, yeah, you're gonna have to pay more, but when you're saying that you have them in your minutes, we're gonna honor your minutes because we don't have them in our minutes, isn't that right, Scott, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, and Blaine,
it's
wouldn't that
honoring
be something?
I mean, it's an official minutes. I mean, we're not, yeah. So,
I mean, we're not out here to try to, well, we're gonna,
well, I think this helps clear it up. And that's why I think if we have a memorandum of understanding and get it recorded along with, the little sliver of property quitclaim deed, then people that follow us will know what the situation is.
Yeah, leaving it the way it is now.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
what
I mean,
they
this
ended
was
up,
this was done in the early 90s. It'll just be fresh in the record, fresh in the files of Granite County and the town. And then there's not gonna be any issue of ownership of the landfill, et cetera.
what you ended up doing with the lease agreement with the town of Phillipsburg is special events. They pay for so they do the Rotary concert, the Rotary would pay for that, but everything else, the town's garbage is pretty.
Okay,
So,
one thing with this deed and with that verbiage on that deed, there isn't gonna have to be a lease agreement with the town of Drummond, right? Cause it's on the deed.
Exactly.
She was just, Janet was just talking about a memorandum of understanding that confirms the matter of the garbage fees being
Right.
waived.
Okay,
It kind of shows the chain of title in that MOU. I think that's really important, rather than have all these documents out there and somebody loses half of them and your successor, my successor.
Record.
I mean,
Yeah.
you don't always, obviously, you don't always have the documents. Granite County doesn't have the documents about this transfer of land. Other than the deed was in the clerk and recorders. So I just think it's a clean way to do it.
That's fine.
So let me ask you a question. So if that is the case and we deed this little piece of land over, then is that my understanding? Then will we still be part of the seepage part of it?
We can negotiate that. The liability.
The
Oh.
Seepage.
Well, the seepage was in the ditch, right?
Is there even an issue anymore? with seepage? Well, and see, that would pretty much, yeah, and maybe that'll take care of it. There wouldn't have to be a liability. The town wouldn't.
That's-
bear the liability.
The county has full liability on what they own. If there was some type of indemnity, then, but,
The
yeah.
seepage has been, I think,
Well, that was in 92. I mean, that
It was, and
years
that's
ago.
what I'm saying. So when
Yeah.
we clean up these records.
Right.
Then we just make sure that we take that part of it out. That we don't need to do that, so I go back to our insurance and say, that's no longer the case, that's all.
And I can prepare the.
Okay.
Blaine, beings, we don't show on the cadastral that there's even ownership to the Granite County for this dump site. Shows that Drummond owns it, so we don't even have any liability insurance on it, do we, or do we?
Oh, yeah, the county has liability on it. In fact,
Okay.
the county didn't even realize that, so And really what the county owns, the county has full liability for. If there's some type of indemnity, yeah, but sounds like that could potentially get worked out in this memorandum of
Sure,
understanding.
because your well log, the well log is under Granite County.
Yeah,
So I would assume, I just want that lane, let's just get all the language cleaned up.
so if Drummond wouldn't have anything in that northwest quarter of 32, so that's potentially what the quitclaim deed could be. Just quitclaim anything in the northwest quarter of section 32. But we can talk about that later.
Sure, I mean, if we can, go meet down there, see it, get the MOU. I mean, all of that written, then we're good
Okay,
with it, and then obviously,
yeah. So we can get a hold of Hans and
Yeah.
meet down there? Okay.
And I can meet you up there.
Does he have a map yet?
No, he hasn't been,
He's got to get all this
yeah,
figured out.
yeah.
Okay.
We can-
well,
We'll get a hold of him and then call you and set it up.
So why are we getting hold of Hans?
So
Right,
we,
there's a-
everyone wants to meet, the town of Drummond wants to meet down there to look at it on the ground. and
Oh,
have him
okay,
To explain it.
okay.
So,
Okay, I just thought, I don't think we need a new survey.
No,
Just look.
it's just to look at
Okay,
what Hans has brought up.
and then that can be written down, and so we can get it in both of our records.
yeah.
That's all.
all right,
Sounds good.
yep, thanks.
All right, well, thank you.
Let's see, on again here,
We can keep this?
yeah,
Okay. Is that, yeah.
on the, for the judge,
That was.
that's not on for a bit.
Oh, yeah, that is on for later. I can send it to you though. Your agreement for the judge.
I mean, we're good with it, really, you guys just gotta.
Sign it. The judge has already
Save the
signed it.
minute. Yeah, we were good with it, we already signed off on it.
The judge has signed it too.
The history on that,
For
once
you.
upon a time, the judge used the courthouse for city stuff, for city court, but that hasn't been done for a while. If you know the history on that.
Well, because it says that you have to have a court, the
So-
state statute says that.
Isn't that
So-
why they built the one in Drummond there for a while?
We went for many years and we're out of compliance.
But I just mean using potentially having the use of the courthouse for that, not nothing you
Well, I
want to
think it
do.
is if your town is in the county seat,
Yeah,
like Phillipsburg is here in the county
so
seat.
they can.
So that's why Phillipsburg uses the county
Okay,
courthouse.
all
It's like Boulder uses over Jefferson County,
Yeah,
their city court. But anyway, it would just be a burden to make people in Drummond
Yeah.
come to Granite
okay,
County.
yeah, I just wanted to.
Yeah, that's
good
what it
reasoning
was.
for it, yeah, okay,
Yep,
Okay,
all right.
well, thank you.
yeah, no, we were good with it, so then if
Perfect.
you send
I'll send it down with Jackie.
a copy, that would be great for our records.
Perfect.
Yeah,
I'll
all
do
right,
that.
sounds good.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thanks, ladies.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move on. Let us addition subdivision, subsequent subdivision of lot 8-A of Arrowstone. Subdivision and final plat approval discussion decision.
Linda gave a letter that she put in your stuff. I don't know if that's something she was coming down for or.
Can you call her and see if she's coming down?
So may I say something on this? It's actually, they're entitled to a subsequent subdivision in their lot, and so it isn't anything that
Oh, okay. I
that we
was,
have to discuss.
okay,
I mean, we would just have to approve it because it would be a minor subdivision, but I think all the hoops have been jumped and it's formality now is what that paperwork is, if I may. add
I
that.
agree with you, yeah, I agree with you. Linda said she'd come down.
all right. So we need a motion on that.
Yeah, do you want to wait for Linda or not?
She's on her way.
Okay.
She was planning to
She's
come
right
down.
there.
All right, she's
Just
speedy.
walking in.
Yeah, she was planning on it.
Do you want me to get a hold of Hans or? what do
I
you want?
don't, it either way.
Do you have his email?
I
I was just
don't
gonna
know.
email, I'll just email him.
Okay. I might.
Yeah,
So
I'll
what you're
see.
saying with Hans is he can just like walk it for him or something so they
Yeah,
can see
and
or
I'll
what?
see it
Okay,
on the ground,
yeah.
but it all sounds amicable.
That's the one I picked.
Your mom came into Woodland.
My mother did?
Yes. Just missed you.
Holy moly. What was she doing?
Just saw her walk in. I don't know.
So get back to work. She has a job now.
What's she doing?
She works down at the NRCS. She's,
Oh, doing Jody, what Jody? did.
yeah.
Did you sign this?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Oh my God.
He needs an attorney to help him. with the
Yeah, he
car.
does. Make sure he doesn't get himself in trouble.
Lendigo.
She came in and she turned around and walked in and parked in the court. I don't know
Oh.
where she-
Maybe she needed to grab something. You guys surprised her. She was like, this is, I thought it was at 2.
There she comes.
I was waiting for him. I'm getting the pen.
Blanche.
Welcome.
Good on this. I guess it's nothing.
They just have to sign.
Okay.
Are they here?
Oh, no, they're not here.
Then I am.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got mine.
You got the important person here.
And you can sign.
See. Yeah, I can. Do a motion.
What are we doing?
You can do a motion.
Oh. Can I get a motion?
Okay,
Go ahead, Blanche.
Uh-oh, I don't know if it's.
You're cutting out.
We lost you.
Shoutis or shootus or
Shout
there
us.
we go.
sorry, what'd you say? Hello?
Oh, you cut out Blanche. Can you redo that? Sorry.
Okay. Is it Shoutus, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve the subsequent subdivision for lot 8A of the Arrowstone subdivision. Approval for the Shoutus addition. There you are. Here's your line. And then
I'll second it. Any public comment? We none all in favor?
I,
And then Blanche, I'll just leave the plat in there. And Sarah's, and if you sign when you come back in next.
okay. So you have the plat there, okay,
Yeah. So Scott signed it, and then I'll just have Sarah go ahead and do her thing.
yeah, she can do her thing and I'll make sure I get it signed.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right, moving right on, junk vehicle. Discussion.
Update. Blanche, this was something you had me put on last week.
What's that?
This is something you had me put on last week for the junk vehicle update.
I did, do you want to remind me?
Something about.
Trailer house in Drummond, that the expenditure on the, it's the expenditure on the trailer house, and Chad Lannis said there was money.
Oh, okay. Well, this was something that I think, did Sarah come in and already visit with you and we just went ahead and said. There was something else, wasn't there? I should have wrote myself a note.
If it was the one at the Drummond Motel, it was already You had already approved it, it was gonna come out of the junk vehicle, there's a line item.
Yeah.
I think there's additional funds though that weren't covered. Let me go grab Sarah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There were funds and they said they can't do it. They can't take it out of.
Didn't I take so much out of it, wasn't it, Blanche?
Well, Chad was wrong. We can't take it out of junk vehicle so we have to do a journal voucher for the trailer that was removed months ago. And it has to come out of something else. That's what it was, is because junk vehicle,
The state
they
wouldn't allow.
said no.
Okay,
I mean, they said, no, you can't do that. And remember, Chad said, yeah, you can. So we just said, okay, we'll just take it out of junk vehicle. And
Cause he said there was a special bot.
no, you can't. They flat told Sarah, and she can come in and tell you that we have to find another place. So we have to journal voucher out of something else. We'll probably have to take it out of Pilt or out of Road, but Road can't really afford it to make that payment for that $6,000, I think it was, for the tearing down that trailer.
Sarah's here now.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay,
Okay, after
Okay.
this is Sarah, Granite County Clerk Recorder and Junk Vehicle kind of overseer. So anyway, when I was talking with Brady Christensen, who is the head of the junk vehicle for the state, what he was saying is that we could only use 20% of the grant money for something like that, like the mobile home tear downs. So we were able to use the over $4,700. I have my numbers, but there was a balance of $1,717.20 that we need to find another place for. So I talked with Chad and he was thinking maybe capital project. I talked with Brady, no, we can't use capital project, but Chad said, let's look in the sanitarian budget. There is enough in there. I visited with the people over in Anaconda to find out what our fourth quarter billing is gonna be. And there's gonna be enough left over in the sanitarian that we can take the 1720 out of that to reimburse so
Thank
it's
you.
all good.
Good, we're all good on it.
We're all good.
Thank you.
So
Not
can
doing it
we
again.
do that this fiscal year to take care of that, because it is in that, so we'll take care of that. We'll do a JV and we'll take the 1720 out of sanitarian budget and reimburse the junk vehicle.
Then we're done. with
Okay,
it.
yeah, then we're done.
okay, just to, when I put this or asked we put this on the agenda, I didn't know that information. It was, Sarah had said that junk vehicle informed them that there was only the 20%. So that's why it's on the agenda.
Yep, and that's
And I
why
guess,
Oh, sorry.
I guess with Chad saying, fine, take it out of sanitarium, which sounds like a good place to take it out of, then the journal voucher is fine. But yeah, I put it on the agenda simply because of that.
Yep, no, that's good. And then that got me to look into where we can take it out of and where it needs to be. And so it'll all be handled and done.
Thank
So
you.
it's good.
Good job, thank you.
that's hopefully kind of a once in a blue
Right.
moon
It is
type
once
deal.
in a time.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I don't think the county commission's gonna agree. That was kind of no man's land, but we didn't really have anyone to go after.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, done. All right.
Alright,
Okay, cool. Thanks.
thanks.
Uh-huh.
Okay, the next one's gonna be the fiscal year 2024 wool grower sheep MOU discussion decision. They're saying that there's stock sheep on tax rolls is 376. Sheep or fee head is $1 a head. Stock cattle on tax rolls is 13,000. I think they're way off in their sheep, but I'm not gonna go out and count sheep while I fall asleep.
Yeah, the Weavers have a bunch of sheep out there, but
Bignos has like 600 or something.
Oh, wow. That's a lot.
maybe,
But a lot of them stay in Powell County though, so.
oh, so they're not counted here.
Yeah, so anyway, I just.
And on this form, it's an annual form. It just needs to be brought to the Department of Revenue's attention to make sure that it gets on the tax roll.
And we took cattle off, it was just sheep, right?
Yep, this
Yeah.
one's just a cheap one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, there was, yeah, petition to include cattle and then there was one to remove it, so cattle are out.
So that's the sheep. I'll make a motion that we go ahead with the 24 Will Grower Sheep MOU.
I second it.
Any public comment? Being none, all in favor?
I,
Sheep done. And they were just here, the mayor and their attorney, and they said they were good with agreement between county and town of Drummond. They signed it. Blanche,
okay,
so we just.
sounds
need-
good.
Oh,
You need a
this-
motion?
Yeah, please.
So a little background on this one, it allows Judge Fratsky to be the city court judge of Drummond, but all the expense goes to the town of Drummond.
Okay, I make a motion that we sign the agreement between Drummond for the Drummond City Court.
I second it. Or any public comment? Elena?
Yes, I see the city town court agreement online. And I was wondering, is this basically a renewal of one that has expired? Or what the story is with that, because no one can find a copy of a previous one. And the same thing holds true with Phillipsburg Town. They apparently, and Phillipsburg, I understand that's up for renewal also, and Phillipsburg doesn't have a copy either. All they know is they pay $200 a month, and that's all they know. So where are the previous contracts, agreements, whatever?
I believe I
Did you-
have. them. Yeah, I
I'm
believe
just sorry, I was just gonna say, should it be on file with the clerk and recorder?
I checked with the clerk and recorder, they didn't have any.
I think I have I believe I have in my office, but as far as the duty to come to the county, that would be on the towns to come to the county if they want to do that. It does need filled in, term ending 2026.
2026.
Okay, so then clarification is that somebody apparently not, well, shouldn't the clerk and recorder have a copy of this? This is public information.
Okay, if
I
I
don't-
may.
Go ahead. Brian.
This is something that if Blaine is saying that it's up to the towns, it would be up to the town, I guess, to bring it up after it's signed and file it with, it should be a public record. It shouldn't be in the county attorney's office. It should be a public record. And if the towns don't have it, then if you have it, Blaine, then maybe it needs to be filed in the clerk and recorder's
I have
office.
copies of it, but
Does it have a filing date on it or anything?
not that I'm aware.
Okay.
I don't. Guess I'm not. Yeah, I guess it should be filed with, clerk and recorder. So, you're right, but this one can be.
I mean, look what's happened with the town of Drummond, where we don't have minutes stating that they get free dumping because of the minutes where we need to, I would assume that it should be of record and where someone can find it.
Thank you, Blanche, because that's exactly what I was thinking. The problem with the solid waste dump and with the minutes and thank you.
Thank you, Blanche.
You're welcome, Scott.
All in favor?
Say that again, you cut out.
All in favor?
I didn't hear you again. Just,
All in favor?
okay, sorry, you're cutting out, or I'm cutting out.
Yeah. I make
Aye.
a motion
Adjourn.
I'll second it.
Good, good. Hope you're having fun.
Okay,
Have a
gotta
good
go to
week.
Portland.
Safe travels.